The what?
Sound.
Oh.
How's it going?
Good. Good. Great day today.
Of course, it's going to be incredible. Oh, yeah.
What did you get in?
I got in about 11:30 last night.
Oh, okay.
This morning around 6
That mic's good? That mic's good, yes?
Yes.
Okay, mic's going hot. 3, 2. Member of the Video Production Studios, Chris Blair again. I'm joined by...
Back to Hauser. Wraps around the knee and hold on to Orendalo. Hauser feet to the back and no! Orendalo, how did he do that? Check the replay here. Hauser had to feed all day to the stick side. Wow! Orendalo uses the stick and the glove on one side to stop Hauser cold. Hauser can't believe it. Neither can I.
No penalty. Very clean game after a rough one in game one. So everyone's a great out defensive, but he scores! That'll give the Tortugas the lead. And look at that.
Down he goes, picked up by the God. Spots in front, takes the hit, makes the pass, backhand forward, scores! The God score! Oh, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Ball hockey ready to be made right now. Fire around with Hef. The Gods keeping it in control. On the back end, he scores! Have won it! A triple overtime!
Tricky side by Goats. Carberry's there as well. Carberry now has it on the near side. Up to his man, shot, scores! He scores! And the Tropics have won the 2021 North American Return to the Dance! They take it all!
Welcome, everyone, to the Future Stars Tournament hosted by USA Ball Hockey. This is Daniel Wilson along with Chris Bakanovitz. We are here for the Future Stars Tournament where the Rising Stars take the stage, and we are going to be covering the U14 Boys Finals and the U16 Girls Finals. We're going to start with the boys, but Chris, so what are we seeing here? How are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Should be an exciting matchup. Team New Jersey versus Pennsylvania. They did meet earlier in the round robin. The Pennsylvania team was able to take care of business against New Jersey, and in fact, they went undefeated throughout the round robin. New Jersey ended up 2-2, but has played well today. So it should be a great matchup. You know, two exciting teams that have a lot of talent on both rosters, coached well. I'm looking forward to it.
So this is going to be a battle across the Delaware River, Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Two states with a big rivalry with each other. But when we take a look at this matchup here, you mentioned about one of the teams going undefeated. So what is it about Pennsylvania that makes them a formidable team?
You know, really, Pennsylvania is one of the epicenters of deck hockey, but specifically Pittsburgh. And this Pennsylvania team has a lot of kids who play in Pittsburgh, and they start their kids young. You know, there's even leagues as young as 6 years old. So for these kids that have made this team, the majority of them have been playing really since they were first eligible to play in the league. There's a lot of deck hockey and ball hockey rinks in the greater Pittsburgh area. Certainly a lot in the Philadelphia, some in Harrisburg as well. But I think the key for Pennsylvania and their talent level is really these kids have a lot of experience competing in sanctioned events. So they have tournaments for these 6 to 8 year olds. And by the time they get to this level, I think they're used to the pressure. And certainly, same with New Jersey. I mean, they have Southern New Jersey is known as another epicenter as well. And these teams have played each other quite a bit. You know, they do travel across the Delaware River, as you mentioned. So I think there's a certain level of familiarity. But ultimately, this game, like most other championship games, usually comes down to teams that take the most advantage of their opportunities and conversely can stay out of the box.
You mentioned about how Pittsburgh is a hot area for players to come up. We see a lot of high-tier teams come out of that city. We talked about the Pittsburgh Gods in tournament play. Of course, the Penn-Hill Imperium, two-time NBHL champions. So this is going to be quite a challenge for New Jersey. We'll see how they stack up against it as we take a look behind the net for Pennsylvania. It's like in the net for them, Colin Moffitt, as we get underway, and already we are offside. As you saw Ryan Shannon, the coach of Pennsylvania, having a talk with his team. And I can't imagine that he has too much to talk about.
Probably not. He's been a coach for youth. I know Ryan very well over the years. He's been coaching these kids for many, many years. They're very used to his familiar coaching style, so I think they know what to expect from Coach Shannon.
As New Jersey went on the attack, that was Chase Boyer coming out from the point. Pennsylvania taking it the other way along in front of the New Jersey bench. They go down. We play on. Ball pops out in front of the Pennsylvania zone. No icing here. Take a look at our overhead cam. You'll see a lot of those in this broadcast. We got a whole bunch of angles to cover for you. Robert Person waits for his team to rearrange as they are currently on the change. Person will now start to carry it out to his right and try to stretch it down, but misses everybody. It's going to come all the way back for icing.
1-4.
Yep, so unfortunate outlet pass there, but could be nerves. Early in the game, they're trying to get possession early and get something set up in the attacking zone here. So I'm sure that the coach will clean that up.
We're talking about young players. If you haven't played in the U12 or U14 divisions, you don't have that much experience on the pressure of a finals game. So that's something that most of these players are getting their first experience of. It gets passed over to Joey Moore on the left corner. Pressured quite a bit. New Jersey doing a pretty good job with their back check, as they've had more possession time, so they got a very strong start to their game. Off the boards, so they're trying to look for an outlet pass, gets rejected. Centers up in a high slot, up close and covered up as Pennsylvania has their first shot of the game.
Yeah, good look at the net there early. Goalie standing tall, took an extra step out of his crease to cut down the angle there, but certainly a good look at the net in terms of wanting early scoring chances to give your team some confidence. So hopefully that's something they can build off of.
That's Dylan Ingram in the net for New Jersey. And once again, the number 14, Robert Person, he's playing two-way hockey. He started off behind his net earlier and now gone all the way down into the crease. So some early promises for Pennsylvania as we go back in the corner, and once again, New Jersey cycling that ball and just doing a great job with possession. Takes a long distance shot, misses wide, rebound attempt, and he did not get it as that was all the way down. How did that not go in? New Jersey just buzzing.
Where do you want the draw, boys?
Wow. This poor kid might be kicking himself if he doesn't get another good look at the net like this. I mean, that is an incredible save. Wow. Moffitt, my goodness. That ball should have hit the back of the net, so credit to him for being up and early here in this game.
Trying to come back from that initial stop is not that easy when you have to look for the ball, but he had a sense of where it was and just exploded to the left side. One of those desperation saves, something that you don't normally train for, but it's just merely intent of trying to get to the outside net and just make that cover on that post. In the meantime, the New Jersey team taking that once again behind the net. They keep looking for the wraparounds, and now they head into the corner. Really battling it is Jason Ives.
Go, let's go.
Back behind the net again, getting pressure by Brady Riley. Back to the point one more time. Along the wing. Kaden Lumley takes a bump and will head back to the boards. Looking for another wrist shot. And we'll take it down low. Once again, below the goal line, Lumley Trying to shake everyone off. New Jersey really impressing against this formidable Pennsylvania team, and now takes a bump into the boards. Ashton Kubat
Find the ball, boys. Find the ball.
trying to fight through it, and now trying to get some help from Caden Lumley. Everybody coming into the corner. 3 white jerseys.
Good battle, gentlemen.
And look at that physical play. Jason Ives back behind over to Kubat.
I'm right here on the wall, boys.
New Jersey just refusing to give up possession, now getting double teamed. And finally, Pennsylvania has something to work with as they clear the zone. And will be covered up by Dylan Ingram, but really a lot of possession time and great work by the forecheck.
Yeah, tremendous job there by New Jersey. And I think for Team Pennsylvania, it's something that they're going to need to clean up early. This is the last game of the tournament. I know these are young kids, but fatigue is eventually going to play a factor, obviously. And the last thing you want is get continually hemmed in your own zone. So that'll probably be a coaching point in the first intermission.
And knocked down with a high stick, and it's going to come back into the Pennsylvania zone.
Down here, boys.
Mike.
So just to touch on this battle between these two teams, they met yesterday. It was one of the later games in the day, and Pennsylvania won that game 4-2. Definitely was a close battle. It certainly wasn't a runaway. So I would say to the fans at home, this is anybody's game early on here. And I think as any championship game, whoever gets the first goal is going to be huge.
Would have been off.
You got to bet that the coaches have saw the play from the other day and just drew up a plan, and it certainly is working for New Jersey. The forecheck and backcheck have been working very well. Only 2 shots have gotten to Dylan Ingram so far. At the same time, New Jersey has had a lot of possession time, but so far we've pretty much seen about 2 shots at the net on Colin Moffitt, including that spectacular diving save. Other than that, it's just
that
been
Dominic
possession
Hasek style
battles.
save was incredible.
Anthony Benari for Pennsylvania, chipping it down to the right corner. Icing is waved off. New Jersey once again handling possession. Pennsylvania's going with a lot of the stretch passes and hasn't really worked out all that well. But they do hold the zone here, crossing over, but can't hang on. Attempt to clear. Yes, hanging on. Going in. Back at DeFazio. And going down. Penalty coming up against Pennsylvania. New Jersey goes to the power play.
Yeah, obvious trip there. Happened right in front of the referee. You can see the player is not arguing. He knows he's guilty. I would say here on the replay, you can see number 52, Mason DeFazio, trying to stick handle into the zone. And at high-level tournaments like this, it's really, really difficult to stick handle through championship-level defenders. So I think that's going to be another coaching point for Ryan Shannon to try and make sure that they want to get the ball deep and maybe get a cycle going as opposed to trying to stick handle.
Go.
Joey Moore going to the box. It's one of those common mistakes you make as an early young player.
Absolutely.
But it's a very common thing you see. So there's a shot from the point, blocked, rebound attempt, and almost had an opportunity from Mac Weldon. He was trying to fight through the net. And now look at that battle in front. Mason Bosco trying to battle in front of the net as they both go after the ball. Back to the point again for New Jersey. Center point. Across, shot one timer and a shoulder save.
He's not on that crease,
One more time for New Jersey. First area pass. Goes back to the right. One more time. New Jersey waiting for an opening in the lanes. Now tries a shot and a stick save.
Good battle, gentlemen.
Colin Huffman doing his job on keeping this game scoreless as Pennsylvania clears the zone.
Yeah, great job there by number 3, Mason Bosco, defender for Team Pennsylvania. He was doing battle in front of the net with 97 of New Jersey. That's Mac Weldon. And Moscow did a great job keeping Weldon out of the shooting angle there so that Moffat could have clean looks with those long attempts.
That's the final station of the power play. And we're back to full strength. Shots last second, and that goes wide of the net. We're back to even strength. Now battle along the boards. Look at physical play, trying to pin him up. But back the other way, Joey Moore out of the box. 2-on-1. Here's a shot and a save by Ingram.
Great positional save there by Ingram. Good communication between him and his defenseman there, L.J. Burke, as Burke took away the pass. And you'll see Ingram here take a step out to cut down the angle once he knows that his defender has the pass locked down. And as a goalie yourself, Daniel, you hear that a lot in ball hockey and in ice hockey as well, right? Goalie has a shooter, so good communication there.
One of the very things that coaches say often on odd man rushes, look for the passing lane. As goalies have to keep themselves squared up to the shooter, and that's something exactly that Ingram did. Pennsylvania tried to have a good pushback here along the boards for Anthony Benari. As that the forechecking on both sides is actually going really well. It's a wraparound and they score! Off the wraparound, Pennsylvania strikes first.
Guys, who dumped that down? Who dumped that down?
You want it?
Joey?
I believe this ball took a funny bounce off the boards. It did, so the New Jersey goaltender thought it was going to the other side there, but as you can see, it got trapped in the middle of the netting. Wow. Right over to Angelo DiFilippo. He made no mistake about it. Good stick handling there.
You see that Ingram was expecting the ball to come around, but
Had the line up top. Had the line up top.
just had that ball stuck on the back of the net and decided to reverse it. It's something that young goalies got to learn as they get more experience in playing the game.
Absolutely.
And maybe a break here. Here's Chris Dunlop. One-timer and steered away by Ingram. Back to DeFazio. Trying to chip it to the corner. Nobody available. New Jersey trying to look for a pushback. Behind the net again. And we'll just try to push out of the zone. Magliocco holds it in and shot on and save by Ingram.
Yeah, great point you made there, Daniel, about, goalies at a young age, just needing experience and understanding how balls can take funny bounces there. And I mean, we've certainly seen it at every level of ball hockey, but for players as young as this, that's just something that you need to experience in order to prepare yourself for as you develop your career. It's unfortunate, but we know that that'll be a good learning experience for them.
And you mentioned this earlier, communication is a big thing. It's that relationship between your goalie and your defenseman. As it's shot right down, does not make the line for icing. Reverses around. You see the number 42, Jake Simon, trying to push out of the zone and decides to take it back behind his own net. Getting pressured by that New Jersey forecheck, who has done well.
They really have. I've been very impressed with their forecheck so far. It's been very fundamentally sound, good stick work, and clean body work.
Try for a shot and just couldn't get it on net. Was pressured away from the crease, and Pennsylvania on the counterattack. Has some room. Just handles it a bit, and backhand save by Ingram. One more time, and that one goes wide from Caden Helwig. New Jersey regains the zone as we get to the late stages of the first period. In front of the Pennsylvania bench. Flying through was Ashton Kubat. Back to the right wing. In the breaks is Caden Lumley. Stolen away. Great play by Caden Helwig. But New Jersey still has possession, though they have to tag up on the offside. Now stretch pass. Yes, avoids the icing. Back behind the net. Can't find Colin Conway as Pennsylvania just takes it away and puts it down. Less than 2 remaining in the first period.
Good.
Crossing over in the left wing. New Jersey's had a good offense. It seems that Pennsylvania has made the adjustments that they've needed. And a steal, and almost had some the other way, but New Jersey hangs on. A good block by Brady Rohaley. And Pennsylvania will clear into the opposite corners. We approach a minute remaining in the first period, and what has been a very close battle. Attempt to clear gets blocked. Crossing. Front of the box. Just can't hang on, and out it goes. Pennsylvania one more time. As we actually got a whistle.
Yeah, and just to touch on your point there, Daniel, about this being a very close battle. Head coach for New Jersey, Steve Sine, is a former Team USA player. He's played in many high-level championships, and I think that's probably been one of his strategic initiatives here, was to focus on getting a good forecheck going, because he's seen that work in his own tournaments. And certainly New Jersey's having success here, and if they keep it up, who knows? They may end up getting a tie.
Steve Sine is a very experienced player, has played with the Marlton Dogs of the National Ball Hockey League, and they had made the final last year, just to fall short. In the meantime, Pennsylvania trying to dig their way through. 30 seconds left in the first period, back behind the net. Trying to look for another wraparound, was looking for a one-timer, couldn't get it on net. Now back behind the net one more time. Here comes Russo. One-timer, they score! Just before the buzzer. And it looks like it may be Masson DeFazio.
Yeah, it looks like New Jersey attempted to clear there, and he hit a stick on the bottom of the netting there. So great centering pass on the backhand.
Hey, do you want to take this?
I believe that's number 97, Andrew Bryant, with the goal. 15 seconds remaining in the period. New Jersey's got to be frustrated about that, Daniel, but hats off to number 97, Andrew Bryant there, for making no mistake about it.
A big goal for them. And with just a few seconds left, they won't have enough time as we go into the first intermission. But despite a good effort by New Jersey, Pennsylvania
97
goes to
enough.
the intermission with a 2-0
Two
lead.
enough.
So I believe I heard the refs calling number 97 there on the goal. Yep, so Andrew Bryant. I agree. New Jersey, I want to say they controlled the majority of the tempo in that game. That tremendous save by Moffitt early, kept New Jersey off the board, and they just couldn't find the back. I mean, they had that power play, certainly had some good looks at it, but the Team PA defender Mason Bosco was just doing a great job in front of the net, making sure that Moffitt had clean looks at those long shots, and that he was able to steer them into the corner for no rebound. I think Sine's going to want to keep emphasizing that they've had opportunities, they just got to finish, and that the forecheck is working here. I think for Pennsylvania, probably Coach Ryan Shannon's emphasizing, guys, let's try and be a little bit cleaner getting out of the zone here. Let's try not to stick him too deep and make sure we get the ball deep. But he's got to be happy. I mean, they're up 2-0 here. 2 goals is, they always say, right, Daniel, it's the worst lead in hockey. So I know Pennsylvania isn't going to sit on it. We'll see how New Jersey responds.
Now, that being said, New Jersey has played well. They've moved the ball. They've had a couple of quality chances at the net, but during the course of that first period, it looked like that Pennsylvania made the necessary adjustments. They got into the shooting lanes, and from there, they had lessened the workload for Colin Moffitt, and that's something that you do as the game goes along. You see what your weaknesses are, and you fill them in.
Yeah,
but with all that, Pennsylvania, despite the rough start start to the period. Their goals have come from a wraparound and a rebound, and from what I saw on that second goal,
Hand white.
it looked like Ingram thought that he was going to be going to the slot, but instead went to left circle. And it's one of those things that what makes a good goalie into a great goalie is to read the play. As we get underway in the second period, New Jersey once again, great ball possession, but so far, ever since the first half of the first period, Pennsylvania's pretty much found the defensive strategy to stifle that as they go back into the corner. Going to be between D'Angelo Filippo, and that shot goes wide. Back to the point. Look for a shot, gets blocked. Circle back around. Can't find any assistance, and New Jersey will take control from behind their net. Trying to look for a transition, not available. Gotta look out into that corner. One blue jersey there. You see Colbridge trying to fight him off, and now back towards center. Pennsylvania. Now the one with control. They're getting better at their possession time. Press Dunlap. Sends it across. Looking for Angelo to Filippo. And we're going to have another penalty. But this time it'll be against New Jersey. And you can see Caden Helwig pumping up.
3 white.
Yeah, just like the first call of the game against Team PA for New Jersey here, this is a very obvious trip. Nobody's arguing the call. We certainly had a good look at it here on the replay, and you can see that went to play the ball, and as often happens, you miss the ball and end up taking out the attacker. So we'll see how New Jersey's penalty kill shapes up, if they can keep this a 2-goal game. But Pennsylvania, huge opportunity here. Take a commanding 3-goal lead.
Smart in front, boys. Smart in front.
And
42, watch that
they
crease.
need to get this
Watch
penalty
that
kill
crease.
to work, being down by 2.
Use your bodies, boys. Watch the sticks here. Let's go.
And you can hear our wrestler mic'd up. As a shot goes wide. Had a one-timer available for Masson DeFazio.
Easy in front, boys. You can
Runner
let's go.
cross.
Let's go.
Back
Battle.
at center, crosses.
Kick down, 2-1.
Pennsylvania's power play
Just
buzzing
sticks in
early.
front.
Back down to DeFazio. Now play the cycle. Sends it back across to the right point. Now centers up. Goes across one more time. One-timer shot, and that gets blocked.
Huge block there by number 98.
Everyone crowding the slot. Back out to the point. Shot, and that goes wide. Pennsylvania throwing everything. And another penalty will be coming up.
42. 42. Yes.
Going to be against Pennsylvania, and that will end the power play.
White, you tell me what side, guys.
Yep. We're going to get a call here against number 42, Jake Simon. As you can see here on the replay, he's battling along the boards down low and then made no effort whatsoever to play the ball.
I know you were
He
listening
just
to
ran
him.
his body into the New Jersey defender. So in ball hockey, just like in ice hockey, you need to make a clean and intentional effort to play the ball. So body checking, of course, is
Is
certainly
that 16
not allowed
left in
like
that first
when you're
one?
not playing the
16?
ball.
16 in the
All even
first
here.
one? Okay. Here we go.
So we're going to have 16 seconds of 4-on-4. So an interference call will give New Jersey a power play in just a little bit. In the meantime, whistle, and we'll have another face-off.
And Daniel, just going back to the teaching points that you and I have talked about here, I think that's a great teaching point for these young kids, right? Make sure you're always playing the ball. Don't put your team in jeopardy by taking a bad penalty. So good learning experience, good teaching opportunity.
New Jersey on the power play as their penalty expires. Pennsylvania with some good awareness, and maybe a shorthanded opportunity as they go back behind the New Jersey net.
All right, let's go.
Great job on killing time. That's another one of those teaching points to your young players. If you're on the PK, focus on getting your player back. Back on the right wing.
Absolutely.
Back to the left
Easy,
point.
both of you. I'll tell you right now. Relax. Use your body.
Here our ref giving a little warning to the slot. A lot of physical play there. Shot and a save. Good job on the glove side by Colin Moffitt. And that comes all the way down. No icing as Ingram drops it off. New Jersey continues their power play. Ambrose going left. Can't make the connection. Attempt to clear. Can't get it out. Back along into Madden Goss. Ambrose centering up. Basilio going back to the left. And we're back to even strength. Looking for a shot, digs around and can't find any room. Penalty is over. And Pennsylvania with their man out of the box pushes down, and New Jersey will have to take it behind the net. Both teams going for the change. Back along the right wing. See Ian Basilio trying to do everything himself, trying to drive the net, and just had no room to work with. Two Blue Jersey standing in front of him, and he's going to leave for Madden Goss. Centering pass, shot, and almost had an opening in a high-scoring area, and another shot goes high and wide.
I think that one off the
Jersey has
post.
been getting the chances. Going back. And New Jersey will just have to take it behind the net, but look out, pressure along the right wing. Centering pass finds L.J. Burke. Goes to the right, shot and steered away. In the corner one more time, Kubat. Centering pass not available. Pennsylvania the other way, looking at a triple team, and it closes up on him. Kubat one more time. On the right wing. Good for an opening and decides to send down Lumley into the right corner. Lumley one more time. Shot and that goes wide. Trying to clear around for Pennsylvania. In the corner again. Centering pass was looking for Lumley. Back to the point. Shot gets blocked. A good effort on the block. And New Jersey has to retreat.
Yeah, great job there getting in the shooting lane. I know that kid took it right into the inside of the leg and he went immediately for a change, but way to sacrifice the body there.
And Powell down low and now trying to set up, was looking for Stollard, but Pennsylvania keeps his own. Christian Riley, centering pass, goes right, back into the boards. Dunlop. Driver shot and that goes wide into the corner. Christian Riley again. Now placed down low. It's Lucas Bloss. Down over to Dunlop again as they cycle. Dunlop one more time. High slot. Shot goes wide. Into the end more as they battle. Trying to look for it is Riley. And can't find any help. New Jersey will carry out. L.J. Burke to the right. Dropping back. And now he was going to put it into the corner, but his man was going off for the change. That breaks that offensive opportunity. And now battle along the boards, looking for center pass and a save. One more time, another shot and a blocker save. Everyone diving across, and Moffitt makes the cover.
Oh, wow. Number 30, Caden Lumley for New Jersey. I don't know how that didn't go in. What a stop by Moffitt. And as you said, Daniel, he made a blocker save there. Wow. Just keeping it a 2-goal lead here. Look at that. All the net in the world. And Moffitt raising that shoulder, getting a piece of it with his blocker, making sure he's square up to the rebound, smothers it up. Outstanding effort there as Pennsylvania got caught with what appeared to be a little bit tired legs.
Right here, we'll do it again.
Another quick shot and a save. And just look at how low in the butterfly he is when this centering pass comes up. He's taking away the low shots, the easy ones. You just got to look at how he responds. Just that quick movement.
Yeah, great positional goaltending there, but also just great awareness by his defense too as well after the first shot to make sure that they weren't allowing it to get to the middle of the net. Good team effort.
New Jersey with less than 5 remaining. They battle into the right corner. We play on. Dane Gamble pushes down into the corner. And that good defense with a 2-on-1 for Pennsylvania with a shot and a save by Ingram.
Enough, boys. Let's go.
Tremendous save there by Ingram, keeping this a 2-goal affair. Again, taking an extra step out, cut down the angle, making sure that the shooter did not have a lot of net to look at. Very fundamentally sound goaltending for these young players here. So just a testament to show you how well the coaching is on both these squads. All right, at championship level games, certainly nerves can get the best of anybody at any age, but these goalies have showed up to play today.
Hand blue. Good.
3.5 minutes remaining as New Jersey clears the zone. But out to get is Anthony Benari. Turnover and a one-timer shot and a quick save by Moffitt. Read it and immediately went down to the butterfly. You'll see in the replay again how quick he goes down and takes away the low shot. Another shot and another save. As there's a lot more physical play away from the ball.
Good.
Now race for control. As it'll be Pennsylvania with control, but
find the ball, boys.
not going to let them up that easy. You see Jason DeFazio with a shot, and that one steered away. Joey Moore. And that goes out of play, but once again, some good goaltending on both sides.
Yeah, great look at the net here, and I believe this shot just went off the side netting here. Now, Pennsylvania really doing some great work along the boards, much better than they did in the first period. And certainly New Jersey controlled the tempo of the play, but credit to the goaltender as well, making sure he was solid on his angle there and not giving the shooter a lot to look at.
They often tell you to take away the near post because that's where the easy shots come from. You have the bank ins. You have to make it a more difficult shot for them. And a shot steered away with the stick by Ingram. Joey Bartoli. And here's a chance for New Jersey. Shot on the near side and steered into the corner. In Basilio. Looking for a wraparound, not available. He'll take it himself. Trying to look for anything, but he gets pressured into a double team. Now drops it back. It's a shot and a glove save. Well, New Jersey has had some great offensive pushes, but look out here. Wide angle shot and Ingram with the save. And did they keep it in? They say yes. But New Jersey, once again, under control, hits the brakes. Now try to clear up around, but Pennsylvania just stacking the line. Jake Simon with the shove, and he is going to get penalized here.
You came
Let's
up
take a
high
look at what happened here on the replay.
42 blue, high stick.
And it looks like a high stick.
We have a penalty call. He wants him from the center rink to do the call.
So I wasn't sure if it was going to be an elbow or a high stick there, but you can clearly see it on the replay there. No doubt about that, and nobody's arguing that call.
Good side, guys.
Number 5 there, Gavin Ambrose from New Jersey, is okay. didn't take any damage to the neck area.
I believe that was Simon's second penalty of the game. So with that, New Jersey goes back on the power play. Back across from L.J. Burke. And now from the point went into the corner. Selling him down again. Cecilio will try a shot, and I believe that he got that one.
10 white, interference.
Oh, it's a penalty.
So,
Down here, guys.
yeah, it's going to be on number 10 for New Jersey.
All good if that ball's there, guys.
Doing a bit of battling there, trying to get positioning. And again, when the ball's not near you, right, each player is entitled to their own area of the floor here. So we'll see on the replay, right? There's no intention to play the ball there. And you can't stick lift someone's stick out of their hand like that.
All right, gentlemen, let's go.
You could call it interference. You could also call it unsportsmanlike conduct. Certainly, I'm sure head coach Steve Stein is disappointed there.
So we're going to play 4-on-4 for a little while. New Jersey, second possession. Back Weldon over to the right wing. Weldon one more time. He'll try a shot and steer it away. And goes back. Pennsylvania. Quick control. They'll try to carry it out. So we'll see how they do with a little bit more room to work with. Goes back into the corner. Back behind the net, looking for a wraparound! And Ingram was not fooled that time.
Yeah, great read there by number 11, Joey Moore. Put the brakes on, turned around, got good body position here. You can see it on the replay. He waits till he feels the defenders out and then plants his right foot, turns around, and even better play there by Ingram to make sure that he had the post covered, but outstanding stick work there by Moore.
That was how the first goal was scored, and Ingram learned from that and just was not going to let it happen again. As that ball goes out of play, we'll have another draw.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that just comes.
Mike, is that above the blue? Right here, then.
Yeah, 2, chin strap.
You can hear the referees talking about where that went out. Good communication there by the refs. And all credit to USA Ball Hockey making sure that they have outstanding refs for these young players, making sure we have a nice, fair, and competitive tournament. But also, you can hear they're very vocal, making sure that the refs are trying to teach these players, right, how to do battle at championship level events.
Weldon was ready to get something going for New Jersey, and they do, and a shot, and Moffitt had to stretch the pad to get that away. Now they battle in the corner. Yeah, look at that physical play. One going down as the period expires, but the fireworks may not be over yet. A little bit of extra after the buzzer, but we go to the intermission. Still 2-0 Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's not uncommon there to get extracurricular activities at the end of a period in a championship game at any age. And obviously when you're dealing with heightened emotions from young players, right, it's tough to let your emotions remain in check. Sometimes you feel like you got a little bit extra business there going into the boards, but good smart play there by the Pennsylvania team and the New Jersey team to not make sure, to make sure that that didn't lead to any additional penalties. But I think, going into the third period here, Daniel, head coach Steve Stein has got to make sure that if New Jersey does get another power play, they've got to be more organized. I think on the power play opportunity that they had there, they just really didn't seem like they had their footing. The passes weren't crisp, and you saw the interference play, obviously, in front of the net. I think that's going to be a key coaching point here. I'm saying, guys, if we get another man advantage, we've got to make sure that we're set up before we pull that trigger. For Pennsylvania, they got to keep doing what they're doing. I think they turned around the tempo of the game here. They certainly did a much better job on the back check here. And obviously the way their goaltender is playing here, Colin Moffitt, it's going to be tough for New Jersey to get anything by him. I would say right now Moffitt has been the best player on the floor for Pittsburgh. He's made some really huge saves. And if I'm head coach Ryan Shannon, I'm preaching to my defense, guys, we got to start clogging the shooting lanes. We can't rely on our goaltender to save everything, right? Nobody's perfect here, so let's make sure we don't give them clean looks at the net. And if we can do that, we're going to walk away champions of this 2023 Future Stars tournament.
What I like about Colin Moffett is his flexibility with his legs, how he's able to stretch out for that toe save. And that's something that a lot of teams look for in a goalie. Being flexible, able to make those stretches, just take away the low corners. As you see on the penalties, 4 seconds left on the Pennsylvania penalty, 23 left on New Jersey penalty. So Pennsylvania will have a short power play as they get their man back. They battle along the floors.
Stepped on the ball. Let's go.
Going down. You hear the ref saying that he stepped on the ball, so we play on. Attempt to clear by Madden Goss. Pennsylvania looking to retrieve. They're trying to stretch it down, but they end up icing the ball. It's going to come all the way back.
So I think we're all even now, and we're going to get a face-off, deep here in the New Jersey zone. So this will be an opportunity for New Jersey to get themselves set.
What side, guys?
If they can win this draw, they're immediately going to want to try and get a breakout going here and get that ball deep and get back to the forecheck that they had working for them in the first period. I think they got away from it in the second period. Credit to Pennsylvania, obviously, for making sure New Jersey didn't continue to dominate on the forecheck. But we'll see how it shakes out here.
Lost wins the draw for Pennsylvania. Looking for a wrist shot. Went off the body and out of play. And it's been an even matchup, really, that they've had some good defense. They've had some good offensive plays. But Pennsylvania, I think, just had their players set up at the right time on both those goals.
Good, no ice.
All the way back trying to beat the ice, and they wave off the ice. They entangle up in the corner, and picking it up is Caden Helwick. Trying to clear the zone, they do, and now another race into the corner, this time with Christian Riley. He'll get there behind the net, looking for a backhand wraparound, and steered away by Ingram. Stolen away, look for another shot. Decides to pass to the right. Here's another shot, and can't get through.
I think it was blocked in front there, Daniel.
Runs back. Pennsylvania has to tag up Robert Person, who had a good start to his game. Now plays it back. Here's Simon. Push it into the corner. Can't quite find his man, and New Jersey attempts for a clear out. They will get it. They need an offensive push soon. Now spinning off is Simon. He'll take it himself. Looking to pass left. And they will clear off as Simon goes off for the change. New Jersey looking to get out of their zone. Unable, back behind the net. Attempt to clear. Again, they having trouble getting it out. There's a shot, and they had room, but couldn't find it. Back behind.
That was a huge save.
LJ Burke. And Bosco around the boards. Now battle along. And New Jersey, who needs that possession time, which is now becoming more and more valuable to them. They'll put a shot on net, and Moffitt will make the stop.
Yeah, I believe that Ingram got a piece of this here. You can see, you'll see him go down on the butterfly. He did. That was a great positional save there to keep this 2-0. And again, he's taken an extra step out. I've noticed he's done that a little bit more than the Pennsylvania netminder, but could be situational, or perhaps it's something that he's just taught differently. But I certainly like that when you're down 2-0, because you've got to cut down the angles as much as you can. The last thing New Jersey can afford is to Pennsylvania to get a commanding 3-goal lead in the third period. Right now, we're down 2 goals. All it takes is one to change the momentum.
And Mason Bosco tried the shot in the net, but Ingram denies him with the glove.
Daniel, one point I'd like to go back to, you mentioned Person was having a great game, but when you called out his name, it was another situation where he was trying to stick handle through 2 people. And so for the young kids that are watching at home and looking up, these U14 players out here, remember that, right? It's very hard to stick handle between people. When you have an opportunity to get the ball deep, work your forecheck.
It's something that takes time to master, and we have seen some very experienced players in their career who are just masters at stick handling, and you'll definitely see that on the tournament circuit. As New Jersey need to try to get one on the board to try to start this comeback, but here they come the other way. Look for a shot and saved by Ingram. Could have had a rebound opportunity, but easily steered away. They battle at the center line, but it will be dumped right back in. Pennsylvania goes off on the change, picked up by Gavin Ambrose. No play left. Now
Right here on the wall, 3-0. Good!
just focus on keeping possession, and now just trying to stretch it into the corner. Can't find his man back behind the net.
Yeah, New Jersey was getting the change there and didn't have any legs to get a forecheck going, so Pennsylvania obviously took advantage of that. They'll need to be a little bit sharper here throughout the game to get the forecheck going.
And Burke will do the same thing, and now they'll try to chase it again. They look for it behind the net, but once again, Anthony Benari taking it away. Second time that he has shut it down. But here's Mac Weldon for New Jersey, trying to get some assistance from Chase Boyer. But the ball is stuck in their feet, and the ref's not going to let him waste any more time with that.
Right here, gentlemen.
Yeah, we'll get a face-off here to the left of the Pennsylvania netminder. You know, going back to New Jersey's forecheck there, that's one of the things that players have to learn in terms of awareness, right? So when can you dump it in versus waiting that extra second to make sure that the change is complete so that the oncoming player can have legs to go get the forecheck going.
Let's go.
And
Same
you
spot.
see Lucas Bloss win the draw, but immediately goes out of play, so we'll do it again.
Go. Stay set here. We're good. Let's go.
Gets pushed off the draw. They're not going to let that happen as
Blue, hop out.
someone had a false start.
Someone jumped. New center here, Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be
And-
against Pennsylvania.
Here we go, boys. Go.
Yeah, Mac Weldon's getting kicked out of the draw. And they battle on the tie-up. They're still looking for it. New Jersey manages to keep it. A shot on net, and Moffitt has to dive out and make the stop. Mac Weldon with another shot. Moffitt was trying to keep track of it. You see his head going back and forth, trying to look for it. Now collision at the line. As New Jersey trying to get a push with less than 6 remaining in the game. Back into the
Yeah, I'm
corner
not sure if
one more
Moffitt got
time.
a piece of that or if his defender got a piece of it as well.
Look out here! Shot! He scores! Ryan thought that was the goal they needed. Chase Boyer makes it 2-1.
Wow, Boyer wasting no time. That ball went right to his stick, one-timer, no chance for Moffitt. Boyer giving New Jersey the momentum they needed. His team immediately celebrates. Wow, what a stunning turn of momentum here. As you can see, this game is funny, right? So he thought he had an easy clear. The ball goes off of a player's leg right to his forehand there for Mac Weldon on the assist. And my goodness, New Jersey immediately back to it.
That was a spectacular forechecking effort by Mac Weldon. That started the play, but look out here as Pennsylvania looking to punch back. What a very crowded slot. Now
A great keep in there by New Jersey at the point as Skokowski turns around, wastes no time, goes far side, and Moffitt just beaten cleanly. Listen, you can't put that on Moffitt. It's a quick turnaround. He had the angle. That's just a great shot. But really, that play started with a key keep in at the point there by New Jersey, and you can see on the behind the net cam, that's just a heck of a wrist shot. Wow. In the span of what could not have been more than 25, 30 seconds, New Jersey ties it up at 2. We get a timeout from Pennsylvania. Oh boy, is this one gonna be a thriller.
We've seen time and again on many games of ball hockey how a turnaround shot can draw a goaltender one side and open up a far corner, and it has fooled many goalies that way. So that was just a fantastic wrist shot from Skokowski, and just in the span of less than 2 minutes, New Jersey has tied the game up. We've seen them with some great offensive plays. It was just a matter of trying to find a way around the Pennsylvania defense, who has done a great job. This really is a fantastic game by both teams. Now New Jersey with the momentum. And back into center. Pennsylvania trying to fight back. That timeout called by Coach Ryan Shannon, trying to get his team back on the same page. As that gets cleared back.
Good, no, center.
They're going to wave off the ice.
Hey, he blew it. I waved it.
Oh, no, they did call the ice.
We're going to center here. Yeah.
Yep. Looks like a little bit of miscommunication there between the refs. One of them thought he had it, but the other one had waved it off. So standard rule here, anytime there's a miscommunication with
no, we're good. Center.
Face-off goes.
Center.
Match usually standard takes place at center. Pennsylvania wins the draw. Magliocco going right. Drawn back down by Anthony Venari. New Jersey doing a good job defending. And that goes out of play. We haven't really seen Ingram get all that much work in the third period, have you?
No, we haven't. And I think it's a testament to how well New Jersey's done on the forecheck, which is what you and I talked about between periods. You know, credit to Coach Steve Sion. They've gotten right back on the forecheck, and it's led to 2 goals directly as a result of great forecheck.
Something we constantly have been mentioning throughout the entire game, the forecheck and the backcheck. Yeah, one of the essentials of having a good hockey team. And pushed down into the left corner for Pennsylvania. Takes a shove. Trying to spin off of one. Runs Christian Riley. They'll cycle again. Back to the left point. Wrist shot. Goes wide. Back behind the net. Has no room for the wraparound. He'll try backhand. Stopped by Ingram. He'll dive out and cover.
Smart cover there by Ingram. I thought that's the right thing to do because he clearly saw his team was losing a little bit of their legs there. Again, these are young players. This is U14. These kids certainly have a lot of energy, but nobody can run full speed all the time, right? I don't care how old you are. Eventually, you're just going to run out of wind. So, smart play there, getting the whistle.
Robert Person on the draw for Pennsylvania, and now takes it to the right corner. Person will just throw it around, trying to find some help from Jake Simon, but New Jersey on top of it. Trying to fight through for some room, taken down. They're looking for a call. They are not going to get it. Back in the corner again, facing Bosco. Now pushed back by Jackson Nasuti. They'll just push it all the way down. Icing against Pennsylvania.
Hey, what side? Going over here.
Oh yeah, just going back to the forecheck, you know, Daniel, and again for the young kids, why it's so important. This is why, right? So we've seen players try to stick handle the ball into the zone, right? But when you get a good forecheck going, it can always lead to turnovers, and that's where great scoring opportunities come from. So great job by New Jersey here, going back to what was working for them in the first.
And look out here in front of the net, and everyone's battled for it, and the whistle as everyone piles on in a car wreck. But in the end, Moffitt makes the stop.
Over here. Let's go.
So that's a great play there by Bosco to make sure that the New Jersey attacker wasn't able to get a clean look at the net after he stole the ball from him. Great job by Bosco not giving up on the play, but also great job by New Jersey for, again, forcing the turnover on the forecheck.
And a quick shot from the draw just goes wide of Moffitt as it goes back into the corner. We got a penalty coming up. It's going to go against New Jersey, it looks like.
Yeah, I see number 14 there.
Boarded him. I mean, he checked them fucking straight into the boards. We've called that the entire weekend, and even though it's 2-2, you can't take a penalty off the board.
Right? And so
I mean, it is what it is.
Captains and assistant captains.
Mike, what's your
side?
Discuss penalties with the refs, but as you can see on the replay there,
70
on your right, it's a clear check into the boards. Right? So, and for most fans that don't watch high-level ball hockey, there's minimal body contact allowed. You're certainly allowed to play the body when you're playing the ball, but in general, when you think of how ice hockey
We don't want to change it in this game.
classic body check is, that's a perfect example of what's not allowed in ball hockey. You cannot
Stay set. Here we go, boys.
boards with force like that.
That's Jackson Masucci going to the box. So a critical power play for
I got front. I
Pennsylvania.
got front. Watch your sticks. Please watch your sticks.
Going left. Trying to draw Ingram. They'll reset again. Big battle in
Watch
the
your
crease.
sticks, please.
Going right. Centers one more time. Bloss going back left. Trying to find an opening. Bloss one more time. There's a one-timer. And no! That was blocked! An erupt from the crowd. You would normally hear that for a goal, but that was a big block for New Jersey. And can you really blame them with 3 minutes left in regulation? It's a quick shot, and he scores! Lucas Bloss with the go-ahead on the power play!
You can hear the fans screaming in attendance here. What a move by Gloves to just tap that ball forward, go around the defender. As you can see, the other New Jersey defender was diving to try and poke check it away. That's just great awareness, but more importantly, great hands and a feel for the ball. Now, you can see on the behind the net cam here, there's absolutely nothing Ingram can do on that. That's that's one of the toughest shots in the world to stop. The players moving left to right, the ball back across their body. What a turn of events.
A fantastic shot, and that was after a fantastic block as well. And they're going to try to add an insurance marker here, and unable to get through. Where do they come? Trying to dig around. Back into the corner again. Facilio, and we got a whistle here.
You're good. He touched it. He touched it. Yep.
I heard them call 14. It looks like we're going to get a penalty against Pennsylvania.
14
Yeah,
blue.
looks like number 14 person is going into the box. Not sure what the call is. Maybe we can get it here with the refs being mic'd up. But this is a critical opportunity for New Jersey. They've got to have their A game here on the power play. They had the momentum. Credit to Pennsylvania for coming back and retaking the lead, but New Jersey absolutely has to get some clean looks at the net as they take the timeout to get set up.
Timeout White.
2, correct? 2:54. Huh?
So it looks like,
guys, it's
New Jersey taking
2:34 on the
timeout.
time.
Usually, for
2:34.
those fans at home who don't attend too many high-level hockey tournaments, when you get a penalty like this and you have a chance late in the game, it's something that they practice quite a bit. So I think the coaching point here is going to be, boys, we got to do what we did during practice. Remember, we need to make sure that we get control off the draw, make sure that we have a look at the net, it's a clean look, and that people are there in the shooting lanes so that we can create screens for the goaltenders. Because these goaltenders, again, if they can see the ball, 99 times out of 100, they're going to be able to stop those long shots from the point. So if you are going to take a long shot from the point, you want to make sure that you have traffic in front, or at least bodies near the net if you're intending to shoot the ball wide for a bank off of the boards. But head coach Steve Sine, he's been on many power plays himself, a Team USA veteran, and I could imagine that he has every confidence in his team is going to follow his coaching instructions. Now for Pennsylvania and Ryan Shannon, he's going to be making sure that they did what they did on the earlier penalty kills, which was to clean people away from their netminder and make sure that the goalie can see the ball. And if the goalie can see the ball, he's either going to smother it up or steer it into the corner.
354, just so you guys know.
We'll see what happens. Both teams line up to take the draw. And we're going to get an immediate whistle. Looks like there was early entry into the draw.
Here we go.
And I believe we have Daniel back, so I'm going to turn it back over to Daniel.
Critical power play for New Jersey. Swinging back around. LJ Burke. It's going to be curious as to what Steve Sine's going to do about his goalie. They have the option for 6-on-4, but will they do it with over 2 minutes left in the game? As that gets cleared all the way down. Attempted an entry, but that's stacked blue line by Pennsylvania. Shift all the way back down. Less than 2 minutes remaining. About 50 seconds left on the power play. Now push into the corner. Taking a quick look as Kevin Ambrose. Back to the point.
Smart in front, boys.
Of course, their pass has an opening. He couldn't get through. Everyone diving behind the net. Back in the corner one more time. Now over to Weldon. And we have the ball cleared. And there they go. They're going to roll the dice. 6-on-4. And giving some room. Got it in. Score!
1497. 1497, I believe.
Just as you said it, Daniel, they're going to roll the dice. Wow, what a smart heads-up play by New Jersey there to make sure that before he made that backhand pass to his partner, that the defender fully committed to the pass. You'll see here, as soon as he takes the knee, that's when he makes the backhand pass. And New Jersey making no mistake about it, burying it to tie this game up at 3. What an exciting game we have here in the U14 boys finals. Pennsylvania went up 2-0 early. New Jersey scored 2 goals in less than a minute apart in the third period to tie it up at 2. Pennsylvania, on that tremendous goal by Lucas Blows, takes the lead 3-2. And now New Jersey on the power play ties it up at 3-3. What a game, Daniel.
We got a delay because there's something on the floor. There's some sort of liquid. Oh, yeah. You see the fans above the rink. Apparently, one of them dropped their beverage. Well, that's one of the problems when you have rinks like this. So we're going to have a small delay while they clean it up. What do you suppose that beverage could be? Hopefully something non-alcoholic.
Yeah, I would imagine with this being a Future Stars tournament, they'll certainly look like teenagers up there. I would imagine this is a Coke or a Pepsi. Perhaps a Sprite even. 7-Up, Mountain Dew maybe.
A quick cleanup and we should be back underway shortly. But now with less than 2 remaining. The next one could determine this game. But New Jersey surging back with 3 goals as Pennsylvania waiting for an opening. Anthony Benari drops back to Magliocco, trying to direct traffic, and they'll just turn around and dump in. Less than 50 seconds remaining, and a risky play by Ingram. He was intending to cover, but couldn't find the ball. Back behind the net one more time. New Jersey trying to go back on the attack, and does find Stokowski.
Good touch!
And the goal was credited to Chase Boyer. That would be his 2nd of the game. And he really has made himself a standout player in the 3rd period. And now maybe a chance here, 2-on-1. Driving the net and covered up by Moffitt.
Battle, gentlemen. Sorry, boss.
So I think the ball rolled off this attacker's stick here. He wanted to go for the shot, but he had 2 defenders hanging on his back there. Certainly the right move by Stokowski to try and get a shot off there. Great back checking by Team PA to make sure he wasn't able to get that ball and find the back of the net.
Stay set, boys. Let's go.
Last stages of this period. Attempted clear by Anthony Benari. Finds something. It gets pushed into the corner, and New Jersey will at least have one more effort, but they will not have the chance as we are still tied, and we are going to determine this in overtime. So with a tie game here, New Jersey surging back with 3 goals. Do you think they certainly have the momentum for this overtime period?
I think they do. I feel like they had their forecheck working in the 1st period, and Pennsylvania made some adjustments in the 2nd that got them a little bit of the momentum in terms of stifling that forecheck and allowing them to breathe. But here in the 3rd, New Jersey made the adjustments and got the forecheck going. It led to their 2 goals. Listen, credit to Team Pennsylvania for not giving up, not putting their heads down after New Jersey tied it. But I do feel like New Jersey has more of the momentum now. But remember, you've played this game a long time yourself, Daniel. It's a funny game, right? All it takes is one bounce. And as you saw on one of the goals there, right, when the ball bounced off the glass, instead of going to the goalie's left, it ended up on the back of the net. Those are the type of bounces oftentimes that decide games like this. So, momentum is a huge factor. I think if I'm head coach Ryan Shannon, I'm trying to, tell the boys, listen, we took the lead. It's unfortunate that they tied it, but the past is the past. Let's just move forward and let's get back to doing what we do best, which is capitalize on our opportunities and make sure that New Jersey does not get their forecheck.
I have been really impressed with Chase Boyer, who scored his 2nd of the game. He's really battled back as a player. A lot of what we've been talking about has been forecheck and backcheck. We hadn't talked enough about the forwards and how they get chances at net. Boyer has been a crash in that type of guy. As we get underway in overtime, and immediately dubbed down by Stollard. Pennsylvania looking to clear the zone. They're going to wave off the ice, and a battle on the end boards for control. Down, and Ingram had to be alert for that one. Back, and couldn't find their way through. One more time for Pennsylvania. Christian Riley will just play it down into the board. Looking for River, and it's gone! Chris Dunlap wins the Future Stars tournament for Pennsylvania!
Well, you can certainly see the excitement in Team Pennsylvania, but nothing but utter disappointment
on that
in New Jersey. That is just a heads-up play there on Chris Dunlap's part. All he did, right? We just talked about it. Sometimes you get a bounce. He threw the ball towards the net, and somehow it found what I believe was the inside of Ingram's pad and trickled into the back of the net. Ingram was, he looked to me like he was in good position, Daniel, but again, this is a funny game. We'll see it here on the replay. So he goes in deep. Now he's going to try and get a cycle going here. As you can see, he has a partner crashing it, but it looks like it went off of his stick there. Yeah, it does. It went off of his own stick, and that's why Ingram appeared to be inconsolable. And it looks like, upon further review here, it might have went off number. Yep, yeah, it does. So that's what I mean about bounces. It went right off of number 5, Gavin Ambrose, and then off of the goaltender. You could saw Ambrose immediately collapse to the floor. What a funny game. This is one of those games it's really a shame that any team had to lose. They both played their hearts out, but credit to Pennsylvania for getting the job done, but also want to give credit to New Jersey for never quitting and bringing this one into overtime.
So in just a moment, they're going to be awarding the trophies to the teams, including the championship-winning Pennsylvania. So we are going to be going ringside shortly, but we just want to note that you saw after the play was over, and not too long after the celebration, how New Jersey went straight over, Pennsylvania went straight over to Dylan Ingram, and I didn't see who it was. I think it was Chase Boyer. This immediately consoled them, and just a fantastic game and a great display of sportsmanship by the Pennsylvania team, something that we would love to see a lot more of in this game. So credit to both of these teams here.
Yeah, sportsmanship is a huge part of why the ball hockey community, here in the United States, but really in North America, is so tight. Why people love this sport so much, why families, pay for these amazing young kids to come travel across state lines to have a chance to compete at the highest level. That's what it's all about. Listen, there's going to be winners and losers in every sport, right? But at the end of the day, at this level, it's about experience, and making sure that you get a chance to compete against the best, but in a fair manner, right? And listen, win, lose, or draw, you always want to make sure that you recognize your opponent and that you show them good sportsmanship. So I really want to echo what you said there, Daniel. Great sportsmanship. Just great sportsmanship. It's why we love ball hockey, right?
So once again, we are just waiting on the award ceremony to start, and we should be getting ready any moment now. But stick around with us. We still have the U16 women's division coming up at 4 o'clock. And we will be there for that call. But again, this was just a fantastic game by both sides. This could have gone either way. I especially loved how New Jersey, despite being down 2-0, they kept fighting on. They brought it to overtime. So that this is why we love seeing the Future Stars tournament, because we love seeing the potential of these players.
Absolutely, Daniel, and credit to USA Ball Hockey for organizing this tournament, and credit to all the players, the coaches, the refs, the volunteers that make things like this possible. But really, at the end of the day, you can't do this without the parents, right? So I want to give special thanks to the parents for giving these kids an opportunity to compete. As you can see here, we're starting to hand out awards there, and it looks like Player of the Game for New Jersey, Dylan Ingram, number 1 there. Great choice.
Yeah, Dylan Ingram, he's worked so hard. He's kept his team in the game so many times, especially in the first and second periods. See who they pick for Pennsylvania. They decide on Mason Bosco.
Great choice there. We called Bosco's name quite a bit. He was especially effective on defense, doing battle on those early penalty kills. But he was really smart with the ball all day. He made good, crisp, clean passes. There's probably 3 or 4 different players on each team that you could have selected, but great choices.
And they're also bringing Chris Dunlap, the championship winner.
Yeah, Dunlap with a smart play when he was getting that cycle going there on the game-winning goal, right? Just try and make something happen, throw the ball towards the net. And as you and I had talked about just mere minutes before, right? It's a funny game. Sometimes you get a bounce, and that's how Pennsylvania ended up taking this championship trophy. The ball goes off a defenseman's stick, then off the goalie stick, and between his pads, and finds the back of the net, right? It's a funny game.
So now they're going to award the medals to both teams, starting with the silver medals for New Jersey, which, like we said, it was a fantastic team. They've had a great forecheck. They had great fight in them. And definitely a testament to what New Jersey can bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both these teams are certainly loaded with talent. I think it was evident from the get-go that New Jersey was just better on the forecheck. Not to say that they were, better overall, but in that specific aspect, they were better. And it's probably, a testament to the great coaching job that Steve Sion did. It's hard to win at any level, and by the time you get, as we like to say in these tournaments, in the deep end of the pool, it becomes even harder. So credit to New Jersey, right? As I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the broadcast, they were 2-2 in the round robin. Pennsylvania was undefeated, and obviously Pennsylvania will finish this tournament undefeated. But credit to New Jersey. They showed up. They go home with a silver medal, and they have every reason to keep their heads high. They're certainly going to be a contender with talent like this for years to come.
Now, they did pick Dylan Ingram for their player of the game. But I do need to give a mention to Chase Boyer, who helped his team fight back. He scored 2 goals, including the tying goal late in the third period. Just how he fights to get into the slot, just how he just tries to get himself into that high-scoring area. So I do think that Chase is going to be one of the goal scorers to watch down the road. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I think.
There's also one other player, I think, from New Jersey that did a great job was Mac Weldon, number 97. I heard you call his name quite a bit, Daniel. He seemed to be all over the floor today as well. But going back to Chase Boyer, he put 2 up on the board for New Jersey, and he's certainly going to be a force to contend with as he progresses throughout his ball hockey career. For those of us who joined the stream in progress, just to recap the scoring for you, Pennsylvania opened it up in the first period with a goal by number 71, DiFilippo, and then that was followed up to make it 2-0 by Andrew Bryant. And then it stayed 2-0 throughout the second, and then in the third, New Jersey scored 2 goals in less than a minute, back-to-back. The first goal scored by Boyer, and then the second goal by Skakowski. Pennsylvania then goes up 3-2 on a tremendous goal by Lucas Blose, and then New Jersey tied it up. Again, a goal by Chase Boyer, and as you just saw in overtime, your winner, Team Pennsylvania, Chris Dunlap, throwing the ball towards the net, and it found the back. Great game, really. Great game, lots of energy. You can certainly hear the fans in attendance that were very enthusiastic, a lot of cheering for both teams. Very fun to watch.
They're now giving the championship banner to Team Pennsylvania. And with Ryan Shannon, the head coach of the team, which that was a pretty difficult game. They're probably the most difficult one that they have played all tournament long, as the team now gets their gold medals. And and you see once again the good sportsmanship from the teams. They all go down the line to New Jersey. It just you got to respect how both of these teams have played. But for Pennsylvania, there's so many I could go down the list. At the very start of the game, Robert Person was one that I was keeping my eye on for most of the game. He was a two-way player. He played both in the back end and the front end. We go down to Masson DeFazio. Of course, we already mentioned Angela DeFilippo. So I like these guys that play two-way hockey. Those that play on the attack and help defend their net. Just a great all-around team.
Completely agreed, Daniel. A great all-around team. And in looking at their path here in the round robin, they really weren't challenged except for New Jersey. So the first game, it was a 7-1 victory over New York. Their second game was a 4-0 victory over Massachusetts. Then they had a 6-0 victory over New Tech, which is a team from just over the border in Canada. And then their last game on Saturday night was the closest one they had, which was 4-2 against this New Jersey squad. So and we talked about New Jersey having a lot of talent. Obviously, by those scores, you can see Pennsylvania has a lot of talent. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, with Pittsburgh being one of the epicenters of ball hockey here in the United States, as well as a lot of rinks in the greater Philadelphia area, they have a lot of talent to choose from. They are absolutely going to be a team that is going to be contending for many, many titles in the next year's Future Stars and for years to come.
As you see the team going over to take their photo with the banner and make this official. And this is something that they're going to be remembering for quite a while, and we definitely look forward to seeing them in the upper circuits in the future.
That's one of the great things about ball hockey, right, Daniel, is when you win a tournament and you get that photo, it's just something that you never forget. And especially, I think it's even more important for kids at this young age, right? This is the U14, and it's a memory they're going to have for the rest of their life. For some of these kids, this might be the first time that they've won a tournament where you have championship level talent all throughout the tournament, right? Effectively all-star teams from different regions. So great job here by Team Pennsylvania. Hats off to them. And again, credit to New Jersey. They never gave up. They took it to overtime. Absolutely a brilliant final here in the 14 U boys.
So this will put this game in the books for the U14 boys division. Pennsylvania with a 4-3 overtime win. Chris Dunlap with the championship winner. But we are not done yet. We have the U16 women's division coming up. That will be at 4 o'clock, so that'll be in about 40 minutes. So stick with us. Chris will have the call for that game. But for now, we are going to be taking a break here. So keep with us. This is the Future Stars Tournament. We'll have the women's division coming up in just a little bit. We'll see you then.
Test 1, 2. So welcome, fans, back to the Future Stars Tournament taking place right now at the beautiful Riverworks facility in Buffalo, New York. This is an annual tournament that was started a couple years ago by USA Ball Hockey, showcasing some great up-and-coming talent in the world of ball hockey. And right now we're going to be bringing you the finals going on for the U16 Women's Division, where Team New York will be taking on Team New Jersey. I'm joined here with my color commentator, Daniel Wilson. Daniel, what's your thoughts on this game?
Well, with this being in Buffalo, New York, Team New York is representing their hometown now. But up against New Jersey, which has produced quite a lot of hockey players. You got it all up and down the states. There are many teams that have been formed over there, but Buffalo has been one of those cities that has built some of the best coming out of the state. So this is going to be pretty much quite a slobber knocker, if you ask me. Now, that being said, New Jersey did upset the number 2 seed in the previous round, so they got a very big task ahead of them going up against the number 1 seed. So I want to see them try to carry that momentum through. Their boys' counterparts couldn't get to the gold. They're going to try to get it there themselves. And yeah, don't underestimate them with how they've pulled off a big win.
Yeah, I agree. This should be a great choice of words there, Daniel. A slobber knocker. Absolutely. Just to recap the pathway for both teams here as we get ready for the opening face-off in just a few minutes. In the opening game of this division, New York defeated the Jersey team 2-1 in the opening game of the round robin, so this will be a rematch of that game. To finish up where New York ended up going undefeated in the round robin. They knocked off Team Massachusetts 3-0, and they also knocked off Pennsylvania by a score of 3-1. For New Jersey, after suffering that 2-1 opening round loss to New York, they then lost to Pennsylvania 3-1, but got their only win in the round robin by defeating Team Massachusetts 3-1. And as you just mentioned, Daniel, they did pull the upset in the semifinal game against Pennsylvania. So these teams faced each other once before. It was a 1-goal game. I expect this one to be close. Are you anticipating any specific style of play from either of these teams?
For New York, I want to see if they can get any kind of speed into play. So this is one thing that you got to develop as a player. You got to be able to get around your defense. You got to try to create those chances for yourself. So I want to see how they are among that front here. But New Jersey, eventually upset. That came in overtime. And so this is going to come down to clutch moments.
Well, clutch moments is what championships are all about. I'm certainly looking forward to this one, as are the hundreds of fans in attendance. These amazing young women here are getting ready, and we are underway as the referee tries to jump up out of the way. And a little bit of a scramble there off the get-go, as New Jersey has their attack going. New Jersey in white and New York in blue here. So up along the boards, intercepted by New Jersey. They're going to get an early look at the net here. That was Kelsey Robb with a clapper that went just a couple of feet wide. Ball banked up off of a foot. Turnaround shot. Oh, good block there by the New York player. That was number 35, Ruby Caviston for New Jersey, who tried to turn around one-time clapper. as the referees told them that it's still good, but we also heard hand there, and now we're good as New York gathers it up. They're going to corral it back behind the net. Their netminder number 1, Savannah Kennedy. And New York is going to apply a little bit of pressure here. Oh, great stick work there as Kennedy gets an early glove on it. So that was Giovanna Heller getting a forecheck going early, Daniel. Your thoughts?
Does that seem familiar? That's exactly what happened in the boys matchup. The New Jersey team went on a quick attack. They just kept going with their full check. I got a feeling that they copied their playbook here.
Well said, sir. That's one of the key aspects we saw in that U14 game was a great forecheck by Team New Jersey. Well, let's see if they can mimic what the boys did here as the ball looked like it went off of a stick there up along the side of the rink as New Jersey got it back up. And New York is going to take this back, but nope. It's a turnaround effort there by Natalie Scalaro. Ends up on the stick of a New Jersey player, and then picked up by Lara Pena. And she's going to try and get an outlet pass there. Again, blocked by New Jersey. They're doing a great job of keeping New York hemmed in their own zone. So some smart defensive work there, Daniel.
And they had Isabella Patain waiting on the near post. Could have been a one-time tip-in. Not quite enough room to get it, though.
Yeah, we didn't see any tip-ins in the last game, which is certainly something you don't see a lot of in ball hockey with the way the ball curves. And I know, as a goaltender yourself, right, Daniel, the curving ball is just about every goaltender's nightmare.
Just one that I see all too often, especially when you have those hard slap shots. You're expected it to go straight, but the spin of the ball just makes a curve.
As looks like New York is getting a break here, finally getting some pressure on New Jersey, but great defensive stick work there for New Jersey by number 19, Mackenzie Burrs, who's able to break up that play. And now we're going to get a tripping call on number 19, Mackenzie Burrs. So New York here on the power play, Daniel.
So look at the right center of your screen. She's rushing to try to catch up with her check and sweeps the stick and takes the legs out. It's one of those desperation plays. You try to make the stop, and sometimes it's necessary to take a penalty. I would have thought that it would be better to do that on a center type of play. On the wing, I think it's more of a judgment call.
Yeah, absolutely. So early clear here on the penalty kill for New Jersey. New York's going to gather it back up now in their zone. And it's number 2, Grace Scalaro carrying the ball. Had a good turnaround move there. Now throwing some wheels.
Offsides right here.
And we're going to get a whistle for offsides. And it looks like number 6 for New York, Carly Giambone, was a little anxious there gaining the zone as we get the drop here. One laterally by New York. New Jersey able to get a stick on it, but New York able to poke the ball back in. Unfortunately, not deep enough as New Jersey's able to get the clear. So played up by Kennedy, the netminder. Carried up by Katie Ball. Ball being patient with it.
Good move.
Manages to gain the zone there, as that was number 11, Molina Lasesi, who dumped it in down deep behind the New Jersey net. Bit of a scramble there in front, and we're going to get a whistle here.
Sarah Casuillo has to keep reading the play as it just had something from a wide angle, but she does what she's supposed to do, hug the post and just denies it in front. There was nothing there that was stopping that point blank chance, but she sees it, takes away the low end.
Yeah, great post work there by Kelsey Robb in net for New Jersey. And so we have a battle down deep behind the New Jersey net. That's number 17, Lily Pushkar, a Team USA player who recently got back from Liberec, Czech Republic, competing for the U21 USA team. As New York gains control here, looking like they're trying to get something set up. Ball goes wide, and it looks like the power play is over. So a successful penalty kill there for New Jersey, Daniel. And New York really didn't have many clean looks at the net. So back to the point. Good block there by New Jersey. As that was number 15, Katie Ball, trying to let loose the clapper along from the point. There was some traffic in front had that gotten through, so my suspicion is she was trying to get that ball either intentionally wide or just on net in the hopes of a rebound. As New York almost gets too many women on the floor there. You saw a New York player come on and then immediately come off. The referee kept their hand down as that player was not materially involved with the play. And now we're picked up by Claudia Hook, who carries it deep. Good stick work there by the New Jersey defense. Ball goes up to the point where it's set in by Emelina Lasessi, number 11. Battle back down low. That's Bittenbender with it. And it looked like Bittenbender, the ball was able to end up under the glove of Kelsey Roth there, Daniel. So getting back to the power play, not many good looks at the net for New York.
They kept moving the ball all around the rink. They just couldn't find any lanes. You just see Hupp and Simpson right in front of us. And this is where their shots are mostly coming from, wide angles and behind the net. They just don't have any clear shots. And this is what this is reflecting from the previous game, just the setting up the defense in front of the shots.
So it looks like the ball went off of a body there into the corner on the attempted wrist shot by the New York forward. So New Jersey here has been very good with their sticks. They've really not been able to let their goaltender be in jeopardy here early in the game, as number 1 Savannah Kennedy, the netminder for New York, comes up to get the whistle. That's Michaela McGowan giving chase along with number 22, Olivia Viviano. So Daniel, getting back to looks at the net in terms of the power play for the goaltender. As a goalie yourself, how important is it to have a clean look at the shots that come in?
Yeah, one of the big mistakes about being defense is being right in front of your goalie. You end up taking away their eyes, and it's really important that they got to see the shot. Otherwise, you're going to end up with one in the back of your net.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that we see at these high-level ball hockey tournaments. When goalies get beat from the point, I can't give you an accurate percentage, but based on my ball hockey career, I'd certainly say it's at least 9 times out of 10 that there was some traffic in front. These goalies are so good at this level. It's just so hard to beat them long distances. You know, not to say it's not been done, right? You certainly see it at every level of ball hockey, but the talent differential here as the ball gets dumped in deep is so small when you have all-stars, right, from an entire region.
And going back to what I said at the top about speed, New York got that power play because of their speed. You saw the defense trying to catch up with their check, and that led to a penalty. So this is what I want to look for in New York.
And it looks like we have... Did that ball get floored? Or did it go out of play? Okay, out of play. All right, so New York is going to lose the zone here as we get set up for another draw. Near to the New Jersey bench. One back by New Jersey. Bit of a scramble there. Good keeping there by number 23 for New York. That's Ava Chachon. Picked up by number 99, Cameron Russo. Russo dumps it in deep, given chase by Charlotte Koskari. Koskari corrals it up, looking for an outlet pass. Doesn't really have much there along the boards, but of course he was initially looking and dumped it back in towards the middle, where the ball was just out of reach of number 4, Nicole Maputo from New York. So New Jersey's going to dump it in deep here. No flooring on the call. As New York will give chase, we get a good look at the behind the goalie cam here. And centered up where it looks like it went off of a foot, and now New Jersey is able to get their forecheck going. So it looks like they're running a 2-1-2 here on the forecheck. As we get an interception, here's an early opportunity. Oh, good shot on net. Looks like the ball went up off of the foot in front, and now we get a whistle. So, Daniel, we talked about the forecheck a lot in the last game and how important it was, especially at high-level championships, and here New Jersey having early success.
Charlotte Koskri with the original shot, and this is where rebound control is important, and almost had an opening, but got some assistance from her defense.
Very, very great, smart awareness there for the New York defender to help out Savannah Kennedy, because as you said, that almost looked like an open net, Daniel, as New Jersey looked like they tried a long shot that was going to go wide from the point, but ended up getting blocked by a New York defender's stick. As it's picked up in the zone by New York, there's a attempted centering pass, a little bit behind number 11, Elena Lassesi, as we're going to get a penalty here that happened right in front of the ref, and this might be a 5-minute major, depending if this player is hurt or not. But Daniel, you heard it as well as I do. That certainly looked like
75
an intentional check from behind.
Laura Pena is going to get the interference call, and depending on the severity of this, we'll see if this is a 2 or a 5. But near where the stanchion is, that's pretty dangerous.
It certainly is, Daniel, and we don't see that a lot in ball hockey. As for those fans who are not exceptionally familiar with the rules as we are, body checking is allowed in ball hockey to an extent when you're battling along the boards to try and gain possession of the ball or positioning in front of the net. But really, the mantra that's been instilled in these young players is body contact is minimal, right? Only when you're allowed to play the ball. So in a situation like that where the ball was away from both players, you don't see that too often in ball hockey because at the higher levels, these players know that sort of checking is not allowed. Now, this is a U16 girls division, Daniel, so perhaps this is a fundamental teaching point for these coaches about the importance of making sure you understand when body contact is allowed.
She's sitting up, which is a good sign. But as to the extent of her condition, we still don't know as they're still examining her. Well, that's a good sign.
That's a great sign there, as it looks like it's on number 17, Lily Pushkar. As I mentioned earlier, Pushkar was a part of Team USA that finished 4th in the Czech Republic at the 2023 ISBHF World Ball Hockey Championships in the women's U21 junior division. So glad to see she's up and okay, and it looks like the New Jersey training staff is going to take her behind the bench and make sure she is okay before they put her back out on the floor. So our best wishes to this amazing young lady, Lily Pushkar, as the referee moves in and we get the drop. Into the corner it goes, where number 15 for New York, Katie Ball, tried to center it around the boards. Intercepted by Sophia Simpson for New Jersey, then picked up by Lassesi for New York. She's going to dump it down deep. So 1:12 left on the power play as New Jersey corrals it up along the boards. Looks like they're going to try and gain the zone by stick handling. Easy entry there. They're going to get set up here, and it looks like New York is going to be aggressive on their penalty kill here, and that's going to work out well for them. As Emelina Lassesi was able to get a deep clear, New York giving chase down low. However, they are outnumbered as there's no call on that play, and certainly from our vantage point, it looks like, well, did I speak too soon? Yep, we are going to get a call on that. So we're going to get a slash on New Jersey here, and I believe that's on number 52, Chloe Yoder. As you can see here. Yep.
Yeah. You take a look at where the stick lands at on there, because they're trying to protect the hands. That's what they're calling this for. It was for us. It was mostly on the stick, but for the rest, they're concerned about the hands.
Yep. Certainly a good call by the referees there. There was clearly no ball contact, and that slash was certainly with enough force where it could have caused damage. As New York takes a long shot from the point, ball goes wide, picked up by New Jersey, up along the boards. They're going to carry this as we are at even strength 4-on-4, but referee yells offsides, and Sophia Simpson was a little overzealous there trying to get the point. So getting back to the slashing call, Daniel, maybe you can explain to some of the fans at home why a slash like that could be dangerous when it's coming from behind.
Yeah, there's been many times an injury, even though that they're wearing protective gloves, where it can cause some injuries to the extremities. And I can tell you that there's been NHL players who's had to go through surgeries just from taking a slash on the hand.
Absolutely, even though these players are wearing gloves. If you've never played competitive ball hockey or ice hockey, believe me, sticks can do a lot of damage through these gloves. Yes, New Jersey breaks the ball out. Good stand-up defense there at the point by New York to stifle that effort from New Jersey. So gathered up by New York. They are on the power play now. Let's see if they can get something set up here. They're going to have 52 seconds on their woman advantage. Over to the point. That's Chasson. Shot went off the stick, up wide behind the net. That's number 97, Emma Sherwood with it. Sherwood tried to dump it up along the boards, but New Jersey able to intercept that, and they're able to get the clear. So Kennedy's going to come out and play it up to her defense, save her a little bit of running. And New York now is going to try and get set up again as they gain the zone here. But the ball is mishandled there by Nicole Caputo for New York, but she does recover, takes a long shot, easily patted aside by the New Jersey netminder, number 1, Kelsey Robb. Now, that's one of the things we talked about, Daniel, when goalies can see those shots from the point. Really no danger of those balls hitting the back of the net.
And this gives you a great perspective of what it looks like from there, and this is why. Because you get a screen in front that they can easily shoot from down low where the eyesight for the goalie isn't that great. But that's why you need to clear the zone. You may think that you're doing a good thing by getting in front, but you got to be aware of what your goalie can see.
All right, so it looks like New Jersey's going to get the clear here. New York intercepts, so New Jersey's able to get out of the zone but not get it deep to force New York to give chase, and now they do. Ball goes back behind Kennedy. New Jersey with it. That's number 6, Isabel Patani. Good forecheck effort there by Patani as the ball trickles in on Kennedy, and we're going to get a stoppage of play. So New Jersey doing a good job here early with the forecheck. New York did have a couple of looks at the net on that power play, but nothing really that was going to give Kelsey Robb any trouble. So minute 54 left in the first period here. We are 0-0, Team New York, Team New Jersey. We're at the 2023 Future Stars Invitational put on by USA Ball Hockey, being broadcast to you by Memory to Video Productions. Happy everyone could join us as New Jersey's going to gather this up to the right of Robb. And it looks like the ball is deflected off of a stick, a couple of sticks actually, and now finally it's picked up by New York at the center zone. Dumped down deep by New Jersey. They're going to try and get this forecheck going again. That's Claudia Hupp, number 6 for New York with it. Hupp rolled off of her backhand. Isabella Patani there battling along the boards. That's number 10, Jessica Braunleben, and we're going to get a penalty for holding here.
It's going to go against New York, it looks like, and it looks like they're going to take Jessica Braunleben. And see, where's that stick? Yeah, if you look where the hand is, yeah, see, right on where the hands meet the stick. And the ref can see that, and she's going to be sitting for 90 seconds.
Yep, good call by the referee, and no argument from the player. She knew she committed the foul. Again, for those fans at home not that familiar with ball hockey, the holding the stick rule is the same as in ice hockey. You're simply not allowed to hold another player's stick. So New Jersey could keep in there, high at the point, dumped in down low. Shot attempt is blocked by New York. Rifled in down low. Good intercept there by Laura Pena, number 75 for New York. And New Jersey's going to have to give chase here. So 45 seconds remaining in the period as Chloe Yoder went back for it for New Jersey. Ball is misplayed by her defensive partner there and sent back in down deep by New York. Picked back up by Yoder. She's going to try and get it up to number 35, Ruby Caviston, another Team USA player that competed in the World Juniors in June in Czech Republic, where the United States finished fourth. So New Jersey here running out of time on this penalty with less than 20 seconds left in the period. They're going to need to get the ball here centered so that's a good setup. But New York, credit to them, doing a good job preventing New Jersey from getting set up and having any clean looks at the net, as that's going to do it for the first period. So 0-0, Team New Jersey, Team New York. We go into the first break. Daniel, your thoughts here on the early action?
It has been even. You see, New York has been focusing more of a overload type of game, but we haven't really seen much at the net. It's mostly been at the forechecking and back checking. So I want to see some more from. I want to see some more movement of the ball. Just try to keep it going. The ones I see standing out for me, as far as New York, really, it's been Claudia Hupp, and for New Jersey, Isabella Patain has been one I've been hearing quite a bit. But so far, there's been a lot of movement of the ball, but not so much at the net. So I want to see them try to take some more opportunities.
Yep, that's one of the things you hear a lot with coaching is, listen, if you're out of options, it's never really the worst option in the world to throw the ball at the net. So I'm sure New York head coach is instructing that to their players, as well as the New Jersey head coach, Scott Tarzi for New York and Brian Kennedy for New Jersey. Scott Tarzi for New Jersey and Brian Kennedy for New York. My apologies for fans at home. As the referees are getting both teams lined up here for the opening draw. Start the second period, 0-0. Team New Jersey, Team New York, they met in the opening game in the round robin division. Team New York was able to walk away with a 2-1 victory. Sent back down deep into the New Jersey zone. And it's going to be picked up by number 35, Ruby Caviston. Caviston carrying the ball. Caviston looking for an option, throws it in down deep. Stick to side by the New York netminder over to her defender, Katie Ball. Ball with it, tried to get it clear. Good keep in at the line there by Chloe Yoder. New Jersey shot on temp, and that's going to be gloved down by Kennedy, the netminder. So we'll have a face-off over to Kennedy's right.
Exactly what I said. Start throwing shots to the net, and they already had 3 shot attempts in just a span of 30 seconds. So already a step in the right direction, and New Jersey needs more of those. Now you can start setting them up.
Good face-off win there by Sophia Simpson, number 16, as she was able to get it back. And there's a ball in front. Oh, just went wide. I don't believe that Kennedy had to make a save there, but absolutely an outstanding centering attempt there by Simpson. So New Jersey will corral it back up, 5-on-5, centered deep and then dumped in down low by Giovanna Heller. Up along the boards, battle for it. There's Heller with it, trying to keep it in down deep. Hard in down low by the New Jersey defense, where it ends up being trickled in on net to Kennedy. She's going to get a glove on it and take the face-off.
Watch where Ella Roan is. She goes over to the far post. She sets herself up, gets away from the defense, and almost had a one-time in. Not quite in the position that she wanted, but that's exactly what I've been talking about. Start moving around and open up those lanes, and she almost made it 1-0.
Yeah, very smart hockey there by New Jersey. As a shot goes wide off the boards, back behind the net. Bit of a scramble there in front. That was Olivia Viviano for New Jersey trying to get a shot attempt off the rebound. Viviano again giving chase. Ball ends up going off the foot of New York's number 10, Bronleben. Aruda with it for New York, up along the boards. Unable to get it out. Now it's picked up by Martina LePage. LePage with it. Tried to go backhand over to number 10, Bronleben, but intercepted. Good read there by New Jersey as Kennedy's going to get a glove on it. So bit of a misplay there for New York. It looks like both teams are going to get line changes, Daniel.
New Jersey, since the intermission, has been in full control with possession of the ball heavily in their favor, and they're getting a lot more shots at the net. And they've made the correct changes. And with Simpson, Rowan, keep going like this. I think it's just a matter of time.
We'll see how it shakes out. So that's Simpson on the draw, and then the ball ends up back down along the boards where she was able to cause a little bit of chaos there for New York, so they weren't able to get a clean clear, as now they are. And here's a potential for New York. Streaking in all alone, but great hustle there by number 42 for New Jersey, Charlotte Koskari, as she was able to stifle Emelina Lacassi, who was almost able to walk in all alone on Kelsey Robb. Ball batted down low by number 16, Simpson. Simpson corrals it. Intercepted at the point by New York. Shot down low to the right of Robb, where it's picked up by Giovanna Heller. Good keep in there at center floor by New York, and then sent in down deep by Heller from New Jersey. New Jersey with it, threatening now in the New York zone. There's a long shot that was deflected wide. That was Charlotte Koskari with the long shot. Centering attempt, intercepted by number 9 for New York, Sarah Slavensky. Slavensky with it, back behind the net. Manages to win it up forward to her defensive partner, who tried to get, looked like a good centering attempt there, but we're going to end up with a flooring call as the ball was just a little bit behind her attacker there.
A potential breakaway by New York. Could have broken this wide open, but great defense by Charlotte Koskari and Giovanna Heller, who hustled back and just pinched in, closed off the shooting lane. Just a great hustle.
And it looks like we're going to get a goalie change here.
Interesting.
So I would assume with the score being 0-0, nobody appeared to be injured, that this was a planned goalie change. It's not entirely uncommon to do this. You certainly want to give everybody an opportunity to play. Again, these are kids, right? So now in net, we have Avery Van Schuyler for New York. So solid effort there by Kennedy. We'll see how Van Schuyler holds up for New York. Ball ends up going off a couple of sticks where it's picked up by Bittenbender for New Jersey. Rifled along the boards. Back behind Van Schuyler. Down deep. Intercepted. Good keep in there at the point by Bittenbender. She's going to dump it down low. New Jersey going to try and get a cycle going here, it looks like. And it's 35 Caveston with it. Caveston tried to throw it in front to her partner, number 22, Viviano, but unable to get the ball over to the tape of the stick. New York gets it clear. It's number 11, Lacessi. Lacessi with it. Looks like she was going to try and wheel and deal the ball in front, but Bittenbender was all over her. As number 9 for New York, Sarah Slavensky, goes back. She's there with Pena, her partner. Goes all the way around the boards, picked up by New Jersey. Center attempt. There's a good look at the net. Oh, great stop! Looks like we're going to get a look on the replay here. Daniel, what'd you see?
You see where the screen is set up in the slot. Olivia Viviano was getting ready for a tip in. Wasn't quite what she had wanted as the stick goes flying, trying to take away the tip opportunity, but New Jersey has been in full control in offense.
Yeah, I would agree. That's one of the best looks that they've had at the net so far here in this scoreless affair as we hit the 7:25 remaining mark. Ball ends up at the point, deflected in front. Oh, a dangerous bounce there, it looked like, Daniel, from our vantage point as it went off of number 75, Laura Pena, right into the breadbasket of Van Schuyler.
Well, you never know with the bounce. And they nearly snuck through. And it looked like she was not expecting that shot to come her way, but luckily on the near post.
So, good positional goaltending there by Van Schuyler, preventing New Jersey from going up 1-0. So New Jersey with the keep-in. They've really controlled the tempo of the play. We'll see if New York can manage to turn the tables here and start to put some pressure on the New Jersey netminder, Kelsey Robb, that hasn't seen a lot of action yet. As the ball is kept in down low by Hupp. Hupp with it. Oh, misplays the ball over in front! And Isabel Patani unable to put that ball on net as it was misplayed by Hupp. Dangerous play there for New York. Picked up by number 52 for New Jersey. That's Chloe Yoder. Yoder has a shot attempt block. Ball trickles back behind the net. There's Pena again, doing battle with number 11, Catanzariti. Pena still trying to battle with Catanzariti. Finally, the ball bounces off a couple of sticks, ends up along the boards, tries to get centered in front. And New York's able to get a clear. Nope, it's kept in at the point. Great effort there by the New Jersey defender as the ball goes up out of play. So, Daniel, almost a couple of dangerous bounces there again for New York.
You never know with those bounces, and this is where you need a good awareness. And when it goes behind the net, you see there's 3 New York players sitting down there. They're anticipating that they're going to be passing around the net, so they're trying to cover both posts.
Face off, one back by New York. They're going to take it back behind the net and try and get a breakout going here. But New Jersey's been great all game at intercepting those, and there they are again. Successful intercept shot just goes wide. That was number 48, Ella Rowan. New York still trying to get it out. Now Charlotte Cosgray's in there down low for New Jersey. Picked up by number 2 for New York, Grace Scolaro. Scolaro with it. Goes cross-board with it. Again, a good keep-in by New Jersey. That's Sophia Simpson. Cosgray with it. Ball still in zone. Finally, New York manages to get it out of the zone after what appeared to be a good 3 or 4 minutes straight of successive pressure as Avery Van Schuyler, replacement netminder, is going to get a whistle. So sustained pressure here for New Jersey. Daniel, what's New York need to do different?
One thing I've been thinking about is how New York has been attempting to clear. What I haven't seen enough is that they need to use a lob to get over the defense while trying to avoid the icing so they can try to get their change and potentially have a breakout. This is where their speed needs to come in.
The face-off is going to be to the right of Van Schuyler. A little bit of discussion here between the New York players. Referee is now going over to the net here after he was directed there by Scolaro. Looks like the ref is just going to adjust the net and make sure it's square there. And we'll mosey back over to the face-off dot, blows his whistle, and we're ready for the jaw. One back by New Jersey. And that ball does end up out of the zone, but immediately dumped back in by New Jersey. So New York, another centering attempt kept in. Good job there at the point by New Jersey, as it almost looked like we had a slash there on the New Jersey players. We didn't seem too happy with it.
There's the initial shot coming from the point. And now take a look. Moving in was Aliana McGee, trying to go for the follow-up, but just a little too late.
Centering attempt intercepted by New York. They're going to try and get an outlet going here as they gain the zone. And looks like we're going to get an offsides call here as number 11 for New York, Melina Lassesi, was a little bit over the line. So 0-0 affair here in the second period. New York has been really pinned in, I guess, for lack of a better term, for most of the period here. Let's see if they can get some offensive momentum going. Looks like one back by New Jersey. Ball's attempted to be advanced forward there by McGee, number 29 for New Jersey. And the ball's not in after it was intercepted by New York. A little bit of a struggle there. Now here's McGee. Does manage to get it deep. Loses her footing. It was not a trip. Long shot and attempt from the point goes wide. Catanzariti for New Jersey with the forecheck. He's assisted by Heller. Ball's gathered up by New York. They are able to clear the zone. That's Lassesi with it. Lassesi tried to make a centering attempt. Good defensive stick work there by New Jersey as Robb came out of her net there to try and move the ball into the corner so that New York didn't end up with an odd woman attempt there in front. And I believe we're going to get a flooring call here. So good job for New York there, Daniel, finally managing to get the ball into their zone.
And just about had a quality opportunity too. Carrasquillo was trying to control the ball and decided the next best thing was to push it into the corner, which if you can't cover, that's the next best thing to do to buy your team some time.
So long attempt here from the point. Hits a body in front. Kept in at the point by New York. Looks like the New Jersey defender there lost the stick. So New York with an opportunity here. Centered. Oh, great shot there. I don't know if Robb got a piece of it. It was a quick wrist shot.
Ball's gone, ladies. Let's go.
Ball is now battered up along the boards there, but that's probably the best look at the net that New York has had all game, I would argue. Robb has not seen a lot of shots on net, and that was an outstanding turnaround attempt, which she might have had to get a piece of her equipment on. The ball sent up back along the boards, intercepted there by New York. New York again with some sustained pressure here. Setting her attempt, kept in at the point. Long shot, blocked down by the New Jersey defender. New York with it, tries to throw a shot on net, goes wide of Robb. And looks like New Jersey's able to get the clear here. As Giovanna Heller was able to dump it up through the center zone. New York intercepts, picked up. We're going to try and stick handle this one into the zone, but Heller, good stick work there, intercepts it. And we have a hand pass here being whistled by the referee.
Well, easily the best chance for New York. As you saw Natalie Scolaro, you mentioned several times, she was on the left circle and just about had a wide open chance at the net.
Oh, hello.
But they just haven't had enough of those opportunities.
Yeah, it's a great point, Daniel. And if you want to, create your own bounces and create opportunities, you're just going to need to be better at getting the ball on target, right? Hope for rebounds and things like that. As New York now, here is a chance. There's a shot. Oh, good stick work there by number 52 for New Jersey, Chloe Yoder. Able to prevent what would have been a great effort. There's a rebound shot. Oh, good stop by Robb! Her biggest save of the game yet, as the ball took a funny bounce, ended up right on the stick of New York, and there's Robb again down into the butterfly. And that was number 4, Nicole Caputo, who had that opportunity. And I believe we're going to get a penalty here after the game for extracurricular activity. Pardon me, after the whistle for extracurriculars, Daniel.
4 and 52.
Hey.
So let's start off with this shot from the point.
We're done.
I want you to take a look at Carrasquillo at the net.
We're done.
She comes out. Now that is one of the big things as a goalie is that if it's just you and the shooter, you got to take away their space, and that's where coming out to the end of your crease comes in, and then she makes the second stop, and then afterwards a couple of cross checks after the fact. And the ref says, no, you're going to sit.
Yeah, well, you can't argue with the referee on that. And that's clearly unsportsmanlike conduct. So they're both going to sit for 90 seconds as we have just about 1:40 here left in the second period of a scoreless affair between Team New York and Team New Jersey. Ball is centered and then kept back in by number, it looked like that was Koskari again, number 42. As New Jersey's going to give chase here.
You guys need a whistle to come out. You can't just come out. You need a whistle to come out. You can't just come out.
And you can hear the referee telling the players they need a whistle to come out, that they can't just come out when the penalties are up. The ball is dumped in down deep. New Jersey giving chase. Centered back behind the netminder to her left. And then finally shot the distance of the floor. And we're going to get a flooring call. So I have to make an apology to the viewers at home here. I've been calling the wrong goaltender in net for New Jersey. I apologize. There's two number ones on New Jersey. Number one that is out on the floor is actually Kelsey Rock. In net for New Jersey is the other number one, Sarah Carrasquillo. So my apologies to that for the fans at home, but in net for New Jersey is Carrasquillo. As we get a face-off, Carrasquillo's left, picked up by New Jersey. That was Isabella Patani with it. Patani's going to give chase. And then it's won first by Claudia Hupp from New York. So Hupp doing battle with Catanzariti. Still battling. Hupp wins that one. Catanzariti hustles to try and get a back check going here as New York tried a center attempt there, but good read of the play by Koskari. Picked up by number 9, Sarah Slavensky. Slavensky sends it all the way around the boards. 10 seconds left. New Jersey is going to have to try and throw something at the net here. They're running out of time. As the ball goes in front and the horn sounds, that's where to get the end of the second period. So 0-0 as we go into the second intermission. So Daniel, New York really was hemmed in for the majority of that second period in their own zone, but towards the latter half there, they were finally able to get some good clearing and some sustained pressure on New Jersey. Your thoughts on the second period?
It seems like the momentum is starting to turn for New York, but I still have the advantage toward New Jersey. They have been in control for the majority of this game, and this comes down for them. Again, it comes back to forechecking, but they've also started to shoot more in the second period. So they keep doing that. Yeah, they're eventually going to get that first goal of the game. You saw one after the goaltending change where it nearly snuck through, and it was on the near post, but the goalie just got lucky this time. But Van Schuyler is continuing to do her job in the net. As far as offense is concerned, I think New York needs to start lobbing the ball more. If they can't do passes on the floor, just lift it up over everybody and start using that speed.
Yeah, I would agree, Daniel. The speed is certainly going to be a factor. So in scoreless affairs like this, going into the third, what do you think the coaching point is going to be for both teams?
Well, for New Jersey, it has to be keep throwing at the net. You've had control for most of this game, and you came very close. So I say just keep attacking. For New York, you have to start off with the transitions. It has to come down to that. But when they have had those offensive chances, they've found their ways to break away from their defense. So you need to be aware of where your defensive check is and start peeling off.
Go.
This is where you got to start setting up in the slot.
Go. All right, ladies, good luck.
Okay. So we're ready for the ball drop here at the start of the third. 0-0, Team New York, Team New Jersey. As the ball is sent in down deep into the New York zone.
That's my fault. 11, delay a game.
We're going to get a delay a game
Running with it.
against number 11. So this is for carrying a broken stick, Daniel.
But it's a delay a game. She was running with her broken stick.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Do you have another stick for her?
And yeah, by rule, you have to drop your stick as soon as your stick breaks for safety reasons. So Catanzariti is going to have to sit for 90 seconds. That's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is, and as you mentioned, for safety reasons. So for those fans at home who've never played hockey, when these sticks break, the majority of them are made out of carbon fiberglass. They become very sharp, and one of the things that referees need to be mindful of, obviously, is player safety. So if you don't drop the stick, that's absolutely the right call. It's unfortunate for New Jersey, but they're going to be shorthanded here for 90 seconds. So big opportunity for New York. They have not had much success on the power play, but we'll see if they can pull something together here as it's sent over to the point. Good body sacrifice by New Jersey, blocking the shot from Katie Ball in New York. So Ball calling for it. Here she lets go the long shot. Deflected in front. Oh, good stop by Cara Squeal. Dangerous deflection there, Daniel.
Great start for New York. Starts with this pass from the number 8, Kelly Scalaro. And then watch the screen up front. There's 2 New York players sitting right in front. And this is where you need to start using the body to push your check away from the net.
Back to the action here as it's picked up by number 52, Chloe Yoder. Yoder with it. Still trying to kill time along the boards. Yoder still with the ball. New York has numbers on her, but they can't move the ball away from her. That's Scalaro and Lassesi. So great job here. You can hear the bench cheering for her. Yoder doing terrific work, killing off about 15 seconds of the penalty there. Finally, New York corrals it up. Here's Scalaro with it at the point. He's going to quarterback this. Long shot from the point goes wide. And good job by the New Jersey defense there to prevent that ball from bouncing off the boards and ended up in front of the net where there could have been a scramble for it. So over to the side. And then a shot, one-timer, hits a body in front. Oh my goodness, that might have been the best opportunity that New York's had all game. So that was Giovanna Heller, number 8, sacrificing the body there for New Jersey. And it looked like from our vantage point, saving a goal as it's picked up by New York again. That's number 2, Grace Scalaro. Dumped in down deep. That was Emma Sherwood giving chase. Sherwood with it. Picks it up along the boards. He's being harassed by Charlotte Koskari. Scalaro and Koskari doing battle. Now Sherwood. Still battling down deep. Still battling down deep. Looks like the New Jersey player lost their footing there. No call from the ref as they both give chase. That's Simpson for New Jersey and Hupp for New York. Taken back behind the net by Hupp. Up along the boards. And we're going to get a flooring call here on New York. So great sacrifice of the body there on that shot attempt, Daniel. Probably saved the goal.
Well, looks like they're going to get another penalty, and it's going to go against New York. So on top of the great blocking by New Jersey, they're going to have a power play. But it's not just Giovanna Heller that had the block. There was another block from Ruby Galveston. So it's been a great offense and defense for New Jersey, trying to take some of the heat off of Carrasquillo.
So an interesting turn of events here. That's going to put New Jersey on the power play here in just a few seconds as the faceoff comes to the left of Avery Van Schuyler. So New Jersey wins it up to the point. 5-on-4. New Jersey on the power play. Long shot in from the point. Oh, dangerous rebound there by Van Schuyler, but she was able to find the ball before number 11 for New Jersey, Catanzariti, to get a rebound attempt.
And watch the slot. You see that Katie Bell is trying to get the eyes open for Van Schuyler, trying to be aware of that screen.
So good job there by Van Schuyler corralling up her own rebound, preventing Catanzariti from burying it in the empty net as the ball goes behind Van Schuyler. Battled down deep, still battling. Picked up by New Jersey, that's Patani with it. Patani up along the boards. Over to Caviston. Long shot goes wide. Karam's off the boards. Picked up by New Jersey. Back over to the point, where unfortunately it was misplayed by Chloe Yoder. We called her name quite a bit. Yoder goes back and gives chase. So 25 seconds left on the penalty here as New Jersey will try to get set up. They gain the line. Ball goes off of the New Jersey forward stick, and then it's rifled out for New York by number 9, Sarah Slavinsky. 20 seconds left on the power play. Long shot and attempt. Blocked down by New York. That's number 4, Nicole Caputo. Caputo was outnumbered there, but that's basically going to do it on the power play here. As number 23 for New York, Ava Chasson, corrals it up. Sends it over to her partner, number 15, Katie Ball. But kept in down deep by New Jersey. Good keep in there at the boards by Catanzariti. As she gives chase to Scolaro. Scolaro's able to run it out of the zone herself. It's Bittenbender defending for New Jersey. Bittenbender still providing some good, fundamentally sound defense there. Not allowing Scolaro to get a centering attempt as the ball goes off a couple of feet there into the corner. Picked up into the center. That's New Jersey with it. I'm going to bank it up along the boards. They gain the zone. New York gathers it up down deep. That's number 6 up with it. Up along the boards. Sent back down in by New Jersey. They've been good all game at keep-ins here against Team New York. As it looks like New York is going to get some fresh legs here on their defensive pairing. New Jersey up along the boards. Stick handling, they're going to dump it in down deep, give chase, try to get the forecheck going. New York corrals it up behind the boards. That's Pena with it. Pena loses control. Pena tries to regain control. Ball ends up being shot on net. Looks like he might have hit the side of the net there. As Van Schuyler doing a great job hugging the post. Sent the length of the floor. That's Giovanna Heller for New Jersey with it. Heller tried to send it up along the boards, but it's intercepted by New York. Almost a shot attempt on there, but ball rolled up off of the New York player's stick. There's a long wrist shot attempt on Van Schuyler, and that's going to be easily gloved down. That was number 48, Ella Rowan, on the attempt. So good bounces there for New Jersey, Daniel.
You mentioned about Van Schuyler hugging the post. See, she makes the initial stop, lost control of it for a moment, and then Ella Rowan was trying to bank it off the back of her pad. But this is the importance of hugging that post to make sure it doesn't ricochet off your back.
Face off one back by New York, and then a bit of a scramble there to the left of Van Schuyler, trying to get the ball out where it's kept in by New Jersey. Now New York manages. Here they have potential odd man rush. That's number 97 with it for New York, Emma Sherwood. But good defensive poke check there. Oh, loose ball in front! And Carrasquillo, looks like she lost sight of it there for a minute. As Madison Orta was trying to get a whack at it. Dangerous play there for New Jersey. New York almost capitalized. Good keep in there deep by Hupp. New York now loses possession over to New Jersey, as New Jersey's just going to try and get it out of the zone and kind of regather their senses there. And fired in down deep by Scolaro. Picked up by Caviston for New Jersey.
That's out.
Ball did manage to clear the zone.
Good battle, ladies.
There's a battle forward along the boards. That's the Ceci for New York. And then picked up by New Jersey. They're going to gain the zone here. Run it in down deep. Centering attempt. Ball goes through the crease to the other side. Still being kept in along the boards by McGowan for New Jersey. It's Carly Giamboni for New York, who was able to get the ball away, and then it ended up being shot back in down deep, where it's picked up by Pena for New York. Another good keep-in, though, by New Jersey. There's Pena with it again. Can she get the zone out? She does. No flooring. Carrasquillo plays it over to Caviston. And we have just gone under the 5-minute mark. So 4 minutes, 50 seconds left here in the third period. Scoreless affair. Team New York, Team New Jersey. Loose ball corralled up by number 57, Grace Fisher. Intercepted there by number 9 for New York. That's Slavensky with a great read of the play there. Ball bounces onto a New Jersey player's stick. That's McGowan with it. McGowan along the boards. She's pinned in deep, loses her footing. No call from the ref. Good hockey there. Battle along the boards, kept in deep. That was Yoder centering it in down low for New Jersey. Good battle in front. Still battling down low. Finally picked up by Catanzariti. Throws a shot. Goes through the crease. I think she was trying to get a low pad shot there for a rebound, but unable to get it exactly on target as Caveston has it along the boards. Caveston rifles it in down low. Back behind Van Schuyler. Catanzariti with it. Catanzariti, good stick handling here. Trying to circle it out in front. And again, try that same play, throwing it in front, but goes off of a foot. Now Catanzariti picks it back up. That one manages to get in down deep. And we are not going to get a whistle here.
If she doesn't come below them,
myself,
at least set it down.
we do get a whistle, but the referee is explaining it there.
At least show the ball, okay?
The players that
that's how that works.
You
okay?
can't always get a whistle when there's no attacking player near you. So good effort there though by Catanzariti for that shift, Daniel.
Absolutely, and it's going to be placed down low. It's New Jersey is once again getting their offensive legs going again.
So Sashawn on the draw for New York against Rob for New Jersey. Ball ended up going off a couple of feet there, and then it was poked at by Rob, but sent down the length of the floor by New York. Good board play there by Chloe Yoder for New Jersey. Yoder centers it over.
That's out.
New York tried to keep in, but New Jersey was successful in getting that out, as it's carried across the line by Grace Scalaro. Scalaro dumps it in down deep. Gives chase herself. That's Yoder she's battling with. Looks like it went off the foot of Rob. Almost ended up on the stick of Scalaro, but Rob was able to corral it back up. Goes off the glass. Love down by Caputo. Centering attempt intercepted by New Jersey. Now here's an opportunity for New Jersey. Can they beat the floor? Nope. Flooring is waved off. Good hustle, though, by number 29, Elena McGee from New Jersey. Ball is gathered up to the left of Van Schuyler by Slavensky. Slavensky with it, circles behind Van Schuyler. Now dumps it in. Oh, ball goes off of a foot. Dangerous play there. Almost ended up clean on the stick of, I believe that was number 6, Isabella Patani from New Jersey, who would have had a good look at the net.
Play the ball, find the ball. Good job, good job.
Ball ends up back behind Van Schuyler. Centered up towards number 97, Sherwood. But again, we said this all game, good keeping by New Jersey. They've done a terrific job at the point. So credit to their defense for knowing when to pinch and keep the pressure on New York as we just enter the 120 mark here in the third period of a scoreless affair. Oh, good shot attempt, and it ends up getting blocked by New Jersey. That was a really clean look at the net for New York. Long shot in. Butterfly save, rebound! Oh, shot goes wide! Oh my goodness, Adelina Lassesi almost had a golden opportunity to bury the rebound there to give New York the lead. Oh, wow. 45 seconds left. Can New York find the back of the net here? They've got some sustained pressure. That was Sherwood with it. Over to the point. Slavensky trying to get it in center down deep. Goes up off of a foot. Ends up on the stick of New Jersey. Now can New Jersey make something happen here? Up along the boards. Another good keep in by New Jersey. New York pinned in down deep. Can New Jersey try and get somebody in front? Oh, stole it away by New Jersey. That's number 22, Viviano. Tried to center it back down to her partner, Batani, but ball was intercepted. You hear the New Jersey bench screaming, shoot, shoot, as that's going to bring us to the end of regulation. 0-0, Team New Jersey, Team New York. We're going to head to overtime here, Daniel, just like we did in the previous U14 game. Your thoughts on this third period action?
During the late stages of that period, New York was so close on getting that go-ahead. I don't know if we got to look at that play, but I saw Emilina Lesses just sitting right there in the slot, had she been facing the other way, she would have had the quality chance to put it in net. Because here's the rebound attempt. And just couldn't get that follow-up chance. So I do have to say, New York has had the more quality chances, but New Jersey has had more possession time. So it comes down to which is more important. And I would have to argue that if you got more time, you get more chances at the net. So I still have New Jersey with the edge here.
And I think in terms of that opportunity for New York that we saw the replay on, that was really the only time we've seen a goalie mishandle the ball there, right? So Carrasquillo looked like was just trying to get a glove on it, but it just ended up going off of what looked like the padding of her glove, perhaps in the wrist area. Unfortunate for her that, as you mentioned, Daniel, that the New York player was not in position to bury that, because that could have been a bad a bad turnover for New Jersey. So into overtime we go. It's 0-0, Team New York and Team New Jersey. They met in the opening game of the round robin, where New York ended up taking that one by a score of 2-1.
Go.
High drama here at the Buffalo Riverworks facility in Buffalo, New York, at the Future Stars tournament. Here in the women's U16 division. Ball sent back down below Carrasquillo. Centered up along the boards by New Jersey, but good keep in there by the New York defense. And the ball's going to end up back down below Carrasquillo. New Jersey with it. That's Giovanna Heller. Heller banks it up along the boards. Another good keep by New York. Long shot in, seen all the way by Carrasquillo. And we're going to face off over to her right.
Yeah, better to take a shot from the point than no shot at all. New York has had some spouts of brilliance on offense. Right now, anything will work.
Kept it at the point by New York. Long shot goes high into the left of Carrasquillo. Bounces behind the net. Oh, dangerous play there. Ball is loose in front. Carrasquillo looks like she can't get a glove on it, as New York almost found the game winner there. Oh, shot attempted front, and Carrasquillo stands tall. Oh my goodness, Daniel. Two dangerous attempts there by New York as we get a timeout for New Jersey. Oh my goodness.
And I don't blame New Jersey for taking this timeout. They seem to be overwhelmed right now, as Carrasquillo has had to work hard early in overtime, and this is where defense absolutely matters, and New York has just turned their offensive push into overdrive.
Yeah, they really have. And all the credit in the world to Carrasquillo. You know, both of these netminders have not faced a lot of dangerous attempts, but as you see here, talk us through this on the replay, Daniel.
Yeah, from behind the net, and you see down low that where Galveston is trying to clear the zone, but she has one body right in front of her. It's a little risky to do that near your goalie. Sometimes it's just better to just wait it out behind your net, because she's got that room on the left corner, but luckily good awareness by Carrasquillo to cover that up.
Yes, great awareness as we're back to the action. So New Jersey, after taking the timeout, will try and regain their footing here as they seem a little discombobulated there with the sustained pressure by New York. And looking to see where the face-off is going to be. It'll be in the neutral zone as number 23 for New York, Ava Chasson, steps up against number 1, Kelsey Robb for New Jersey. One back by New Jersey. Oh, bad turnover there by New Jersey. Shot, oh, good save by Carrasquillo. Oh my goodness, the ball just bounced off of the stick and it's still loose. It goes wide. Oh, New York can't find a stick. They had a great opportunity there as Carrasquillo lost the ball after a bad turnover by Chloe Yoder. Hopefully we'll get a good look at that on the replay. Missed opportunity there for New York as Yoder with another turnover here. It's unfortunate for New Jersey as she misplayed the ball, but New York is unable to gather it up. But they do manage to keep it in up along the point. And the ball is sent up into the netting, picked up by Rob. Rob fires it up center floor. Intercepted again by New York. Delayed offsides, and we are going to get the ball on the offsides.
Oh,
Daniel,
New Jersey got
here?
incredibly lucky. Here's the original shot. See, Carrasquillo makes the original stop. She has to follow up. It comes right behind that. They're trying to clear it out, but comes right in front of Carrasquillo, and then where does it go? Pops out, and luckily there's a New Jersey player right in front of it. That is Kelsey Robb to save the day.
Saving the day is putting it perfectly, Daniel. That was some turn of events there for New York as the ball is sent in down deep. Where New Jersey's going to try and get some pressure going here as New York has been the one who's really controlled the tempo of play in this overtime period as Van Schuyler gets a glove on it. So the faceoff will be over to her left. And going back to that opportunity, absolutely very lucky for New Jersey that there was a player right there to clear the ball away because Carrasquillo lost sight of it. So New Jersey, can they get some sustained pressure here and turn the momentum around as Simpson is on the draw? She's got Mackenzie Burr right behind her. Nope. Won by New York and then rifled around the boards. Good forecheck there by number 48, Ella Rowan for New Jersey, preventing the easy clear for New York. Centering attempt picked up by New York. We do manage to gain the zone, but good poke check there by New Jersey, and it's picked up by Simpson. Simpson up along the boards. Lost the ball along the boards to New York, and then it's sent back into the New Jersey zone. Rifled out by Bittenbender. New Jersey trying to get some forecheck going here in the center floor, but unable to. Ball is sent into the sideboards where it's picked up by Bittenbender.
Still good.
Bittenbender sends it up, and it's rifled right back into the New Jersey zone by New York. Sent back to the right of Carrasquillo. Patani with it. Patani trying to give chase. She's being pinned in along the boards. Both players tumble. No call. Centering pass. And the ball just rolled off of the stick of Ruby Caviston. Long shot from the point. Blocked by a New York defender. That could have been dangerous for New York, but good sharp defense there by Team New York as Caviston was unable to get a stick on that. And the faceoff will be over to the right. And with the New York netminder, Avery Van Schuyler.
We're seeing a lot more quality chances from both sides here. Seeing the physical play pick it up a little more. Something that was lacking in regulation. So we're seeing both teams now emptying the tank. Certainly for New York, it was quite a momentum swing.
They definitely have the momentum as the faceoff is one down back towards the New Jersey defense, but turned over at the point. That was number 8 for New Jersey. Giovanna Heller, who tried to send it in down deep, but intercepted by New York. Dumped in down deep. New York looking to get the ball thrown in front. Intercepted by New Jersey. Good play there by Koskari to intercept that centering attempt. New York with it over to the point. Wrist shot in. Goes wide. Battle down deep. That's number 23, Sasson with it. Sasson throws it in front. Goes off of a couple of bodies, it looked like. And up along the far boards. That's the point. Battle for it. New Jersey does manage to clear the zone as we have 7 minutes and 25 seconds left in the overtime period. And we're going to get a face-off to the right of Van Schuyler.
Starting to see that the goaltenders are playing a bit more conservative when it comes to making a decision of whether to take the draw. They're trying to give their teams a chance to take a breath here, and they don't want to give up any of those rebound opportunities, so they're trying to take the safe route, especially with the next goal being the game-winning goal.
No, we blew it. We're set. We're going. Sorry about that. We'll give you your chance.
Okay, referee giving instructions, drops the ball. Shot attempt from New Jersey, goes off of a leg. In front, bit of a scramble there, loose ball. I don't think Van Schaarler can see it. She couldn't, but manages to finally pick it up after it's cleared to the boards by one of her defenders. Good smart awareness there by the New York defenders. I think they knew that the goalie had lost sight of it. Deckhand attempt by New York to try and gain the New Jersey zone is successful, but ultimately it's poke checked away by number 52, Cody Yoder. Up along the boards. Good keep in by New York. That's Giovanna Heller with it for New Jersey. Turns around. Sent up to the boards. She was trying to get it to number 48, Ella Rowan. Rowan unable to handle it. Sent in back down deep by New York. To the left of Carrasquillo.
Good job, ball's out.
Pinned in, down deep by New York. Still with sustained pressure here in the New Jersey zone. That's Rob with it, battling along the boards against Scalaro. Robin Scalaro battling, centering attempt, and we're going to get a whistle here as Carrasquillo jumps on the loose ball. So some sustained pressure here by New York, Daniel. They've really controlled the tempo in this overtime period.
Sorry, I'm right behind you. Go.
We're going to start looking for positioning here. There is only one pair set up on the high slot, so I would have to think that they're going to start spreading their options here.
Let's go. She's fine. Let's go.
Referee blows the whistle. We're ready for the draw. Sent up along the boards and up out of play, so we're going to get another face-off.
Considering how many games that both of these teams have played this entire weekend, you got to wonder how much is left as far as energy.
Fatigue always a factor at these tournaments. But I have to say both teams' energy levels seem good as there's a shot on net. Oh, rebound! Carrasquillo lost sight of it. Loose scramble in front, whacking! And now we get a whistle.
Net's off.
What
Net's off.
looked like an innocent
about the
backhand ended up causing mayhem in front.
Well, first, credit it
Net's
to
off. Doesn't
Mackenzie
matter where the ball's
Burr
at.
for getting behind
I don't know that. I was watching the ball, but
so
when the net
where's
went
that
off, I
ball?
gave a shot.
She's
and
looking
that's
behind, and she pops out. And Carrasquillo, aware that the ball is somewhere underneath her, the best thing to do, go on her back, and those two just saved the game right there.
Oh, good stop by Carrasquillo on a quick wrist shot off the draw for New York. Carrasquillo on her A game here in the overtime period. She's been outstanding. Ball is kept in again at the point by New York. Centering attempt intercepted by New Jersey. It's a long shot from the point. Goes off a foot backhand. Oh, Carrasquillo loses it again! After some sustained pressure by New York and a good whack on the ball. After Carrasquillo made the initial save, she thought she had it, but that was a great poke check to knock the ball loose by the New York attacker. New York with some very quality chances here. They've almost ended the game on 4 separate occasions. New Jersey needs to get something going here as we just passed the 5-minute remaining mark in overtime. Still battling in center floor. And then finally the ball is sent in deep. Battle along the boards for it. That's number 29, McGee for New Jersey. Long wrist shot, blocked out in front. Oh, alone in front! Oh, what a save! Carrasquillo bailing her team out left and right. Oh my word, what a stop. That was point blank, Daniel.
Carrasquillo has been the player of the game since overtime. So Keep an eye on the slot. Just sits there wide
Which
open.
side?
One-timer shot
Which
gets the
side
low
goes
end.
you can pick?
And then follows
side
up
on the you're
looking
here?
for
Okay.
the near post.
I would absolutely agree. She's been the player of the game here in overtime, and that was number 91, Madison Aruda for New York, who had 2 outstanding looks at the net there.
Centers.
And we're ready for the draw here. That's Caviston taking it from New Jersey. One back by New York. Wrist shot goes down deep on Carrasquillo, and she immediately goes into the butterfly and smothers it. No rebound this time.
This is by far the biggest workload that Carrasquillo has had since the period started. It's a shot from the high slot. She's just in the right position. Just stay with the fundamentals, stay in front of the ball.
Face off one back by New York to keep it at the point, and then New Jersey manages to get it clear. They almost had a break there. That was number 16, Sophia Simpson. Battle still back behind Carrasquillo. That's number 52 for New Jersey. Yoder shot, bodies flying everywhere. Looks like players losing their foot and tripping over each other as it's picked up by number 6, Patani. Manages to end up on the stick of number 16, Sophia Simpson. Here comes Simpson with it. Going to try a center attempt here. Is she going to wheel and deal herself? She does. Manages to get a piece of it on net, but great positional goaltending again by Van Schuyler, shutting that near post. Nowhere for Simpson to go, as that was New Jersey's first opportunity in what seems like forever. As they do manage to keep it in point, there's Yoder, long shot, goes off of a foot, picked up by Pena. Pena with it, dumps it up along the boards, intercepted by New Jersey, trying to get a center attempt here. Still a loose ball in front. New York with it. Oh, bad turnover. But that was number 48 for New Jersey, Ella Rowan, who was unable to get the backhander on net. I'm not sure if Rowan was trying to get that ball on net or just chip it up forward to her other attacker. But dangerous play there for New York as the ball is now in the New Jersey zone behind Carrasquillo. You hear the referee saying, move the ball.
Move the ball! I'm not blowing it, move the ball!
And now we do get a whistle.
White change.
So Daniel, great look at the net there by Simpson as she charged the net, but positional goaltending, we've talked about it a lot. Van Schuyler shutting that post.
So let's start with New York's opportunity. Coming from the corner, centering pass, and look at all that open space, but a second too late.
Carrasquillo keeping this a scoreless affair for New Jersey as the ball goes off the boards. Gathered up by New York. Still battling along the boards. That's Scolaro for New York doing battle with Yoder. Manages to get it clear. Here's an odd player rush. Centering. Loose ball. Still loose. Player can't find out. Shot goes just wide over the crossbar. Oh my goodness. That was Callahan, I believe. He shot it just over the crossbar. Long attempt here from the point. Shot goes well wide. Picked up by New Jersey. Center attempt intercepted by New York. Sent in down deep by New Jersey. Battle down deep. That's Scolaro for New York, who sends it up along the boards.
That's out.
That was Caputo. Kept in by New Jersey. That's Yoder with it again. Down deep is Catanzariti. Catanzariti loses the ball into her feet, then tries to make a centering attempt, blocked by Scolaro. Battle along the boards. Both players lose their footing. That was Caputo from New York who manages to chip it over. And then it's going to end up getting rifled down deep into the New Jersey zone. back behind Carrasquillo, who has absolutely been the player of the game for New Jersey here in this overtime period, as the ball ends up still being kept in by New York at the point. Back behind the net, picked up by Heller. Center attempt by New York is blocked by Heller. Trying to walk it out in front. Good back check again by Heller. Taking the ball off of that New York attacker's stick. That's number 97, Emma Sherwood. As we are at the 15-second mark here in overtime. Here's New Jersey with an opportunity. Great look at the net here. Shot. Ends up getting blocked by New York. Good back check there by number 15, Katie Ball. And that's going to do it for the overtime period. So 0-0 affair here, Daniel. I believe we are going to go to a shootout in this U16.
But it's the overtime period has just been all about the goalies this game. The regulation was about defense, but we saw the offense show up for both teams, and just fantastic goaltending by both Carrasquillo and Kennedy. By far the best opportunities for both teams.
I would have to agree. It's really been about the goaltending here. And in terms of workload, Carrasquillo, I think, saw more dangerous attempts than Vince Schuyler. So hats off to her for just being fundamentally sound and making sure that if she did have to give up a rebound, it was not going to be put into a place where it could lead to another scoring opportunity. So we are going to actually stay in overtime here. It is not going to go to a shootout.
So we are basically playing. We're basically playing until we have someone score, and I can't imagine them changing much as far as offense, but maybe with defense, try to remind them to stay with their checks, because defensive awareness is a critical part of overtime. Because you give them that space, they're going to have a quality shot. New Jersey certainly ready to go. Well, they must have that.
I'll tell you one thing, Daniel.
Mentality.
Yep. You and I have been in plenty of situations where fatigue plays a factor, and I would say even though these are young players, as we discussed with the U14, you can't run at full speed forever. So I would think the coaches have to be cognizant of that, and they're probably going to try and get some shorter shifts here for people. At the end of the day, you're trying to ask players to play at such a high level now for what's going to be the fifth period. It's a tall request of anybody at any level. Back to the action. And it's sent out of the zone by New York, all the way down deep on Carrasquillo. And Daniel, I did notice between the intermission, she did take her helmet off, so perhaps the heat up in Buffalo is playing a little bit of a factor as well.
Yeah, 5:28 on the East Coast right now, usually where the heat is at its worst, even though that this is a shaded rink.
Yep. Great shot attempt there off the draw for Team New York. And Carrasquillo down through the butterfly, made a good save there. Another shot goes off of a stick up over the net, where it's going to be chased down by Yoder. Yoder trying to make a centering attempt. New York giving chase. New Jersey going to get the forecheck going here. That's number 2, Scolaro for New York with it. Goes back behind her netminder. Intercepted by New Jersey. All alone in front! Oh my goodness, great back check there. Are we going to get a call for penalty here? I see the referee's arm up and the New Jersey trainer is coming out.
Take your time, take your time.
We'll see this on the replay, but
that's Ruby Caveston. See what happened. Oh, it hit to the head.
well, that's certainly a dangerous play, Daniel, and obviously hits to the head in hockey have been a topic of discussion regarding concussions for many, many of the past years. It's certainly something you never want to see at any level. It's unfortunate to see it here. Obviously, both teams very concerned, and we share that concern here for Caveston as she's down on the ground.
Well, that's fantastic.
Well,
That is fantastic.
Agree there, Daniel. It is fantastic to see her get up and walk out under her own power. That was a very dangerous play, and I have to say, as a defenseman myself, it's perhaps not the smartest play to try and take the body like that in front of the net.
Over here, guys.
Doesn't look like they called anything.
So we are not going to get a penalty on this play as the faceoff comes outside the New York zone.
Hey. Hold on. Hey.
Well,
Yeah.
they're going to discuss it.
Yeah. Good. Stay on deep. Icing.
So the
Wow.
faceoff is being moved down deep for flooring, Daniel. Well, back to the action here. Run back by New York, picked up by Slavinsky. He's carrying it out of the zone, intercepted by New Jersey. Sent the length of the floor, and we're going to get a flooring call here on New Jersey. So getting back to the play, Daniel, in terms of the check and the hit to the head here, certainly good to see Caveston get up and walk out under her own power. What's your thoughts on that play?
Yeah, the only thing I can think was that the refs thought that was an incidental collision. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, we see dangerous hits, but they're not necessarily malicious. Because stuff like that happens all the time. But in the ref's judgment.
So back to the action here, and face off one forward by New Jersey. Chipped up forward into the New York zone. Corralled up by New York. That's Katie Ball with it. New Jersey with a forecheck there. Good keep in at center floor. Long dumping attempt by Liv Callahan as New York goes back for it. Sent up the floor by Scolaro. Intercepted again by New Jersey. Picked up by Pena. Pena with it. Good forecheck there by Callahan, number 73 for New Jersey. Sent up the boards by Ball. Intercepted by New Jersey again. New York still trying to gain the zone. Can't do it, as New Jersey has been very good at reading these passes and intercepting the ball. Still a scramble for it in center floor as it ends up in the New York zone. Sent up the boards by Ball. New Jersey with it. They're going to try and get it down deep with some sustained pressure here. But sent out immediately by New York, as neither team can gain the zone here. New Jersey player lost her stick as it's rifled up along the boards. Still a battle along the boards here. Neither team can seem to gain possession into the attacking zone here.
Ball's out.
New Jersey with it, but they're outnumbered. And now we're going to get a penalty here.
Both you go.
So, Daniel, looks like the referee's going to call them both here, as there was some stick work going on.
Yeah, Lily Pushkar and Laura Pena. It starts with a hold by Pushkar, and then Pena just gives a whack to her legs, so both of them are going to sit.
Hey, 75 blue, 17 white.
Yeah, watch where Pushkar's hand is. Yeah, hold to the shoulder, and then Pena just swings her stick at her, just unhappy with that play.
You come out the first whistle after the penalty was back.
Okay, so matching minors, 5-on-5. Ref drops the ball, one back by New Jersey. Long shot attempt from the point, hits a body. Ends up to the left of Van Schuyler. Sent in back down deep by New Jersey, behind Van Schuyler. Katie Ball for New York with it. It's like Ball lost her stick there. Trying to corral up her own stick. She does manage to do it, but was unable to really get a good whack at it. New Jersey was able to keep it in, sent it back down deep. Caveston with it. Good to see her back out on the floor. Grace Scalaro for New York sends it up to number 22, Martina LePage. LePage gives chase. New Jersey intercepts. And now New Jersey with an opportunity here as they're able to walk the ball into the zone. Good look at the net here. Centering attempt. Oh, just goes wide. I think she was trying to get a deflection off of Caveston's stick.
Still good.
So the ball is still inside the New York zone. Cattens-Lariti. Low shot. Oh, loose. The ball is still loose. And we have a goal. The referee signals. I believe it was Caveston who buried the loose ball as Van Schuyler was unable to locate it. And New Jersey is going to take the title. And 1-0 over Team New York here at the Future Stars Tournament in Buffalo.
I gave you
I
both
believe that is of
what you guys were saying each other.
all
and both your
players.
sticks were in there. That's why
Ruby
you both
Caveston.
35-1 on the goal. 35.
And yeah, they're confirming it.
35-1.
So let's take a look.
35-1. 35-1. I don't care who you guys pick for.
Yeah, because Caveston is sitting in the slot. Yeah, the original shot, and then and Silent is already in the splits, and all she has to do is just dig and just pushes it past the pad, and Ruby Caveston gives New Jersey the goal.
What an incredible effort by Caveston. I mean, that's one of the things that coaches talk about, right? You know, you play until you hear the whistle. And that ball was loose the entire time. The referee was yelling, and it's unfortunate for Van Schuyler. You know, there's not much she can do on that. She's got to get help from her defense. You know, you're sprawled out on the floor. You're doing your best to block the net, but you know, Daniel, as a goalie yourself, I mean, really, what more could she have done?
Yeah, once you make that initial stop, there's not much you can do. You have to rely on your defense to try to help you out. And with her in splits like that, it's just a wide open corner for Caviston to pick. I mean, you can slide over, but with all that padding, it makes it pretty difficult.
So Caviston with the goal, and we heard number 1 on the assist. So that's Kelsey Robb on the assist. And Caviston, another Team USA player, along with Katin Zaridi, she competed for the United States in the U21 division at the World Junior Ball Hockey Championships. As they get set up in Buffalo to give out Player of the Game and the Silver and Gold Medal Awards. Oh, what a great overtime there for Caviston. I mean, at the end of the day, she experiences this tremendous hit to the head. We didn't know if she was going to come back. And then what appeared to be her next shift back onto the floor, she ends up getting the gold-winning goal. So a lot of credit to her, way to battle. And, you know, again, hats off to New York. They certainly didn't make it easy for New Jersey, but New Jersey's going home with the gold, Daniel.
And let's not forget about what Kelsey Robb did earlier in the game when her own goalie was down, Casquillo. She went behind her and made sure that ball stayed in front of the goal line. She was one of the big players that helped New Jersey get to the gold. It was a testament to how important it is to have both your defense and goaltenders work together.
Absolutely. It's always a team effort in this sport. Every coach will tell you that. No one player can do it alone. It takes all 6 people out on the floor. And really, it's the little things that are magnified when you get into tournaments at this level where there's such a small differential in terms of the level of skill between these players. Sometimes, as we talked about in the U14 boys, it's a bounce, right? Ball goes off a foot, a stick, right? Caroms off the boards in a weird way, lead to a goal. So when you have your opportunities, you have to make the best of it, and that's what Caviston did here. Again, credit to her. So we're going to hang around here as they will be announcing Player of the Game for Team New Jersey and Team New York. Well, it looks like for New Jersey, it's the goalie. Yeah,
Sarah Casquillo,
shot
who's
there.
been fantastic. Yeah, just a fantastic job in that. She had a big workload in the overtime period.
And for New York, they have given it to number 15, Katie Ball.
Yeah, there was one big play I could think of from the third period where she has stood up. She made a big block in there to keep this game going.
Yeah, I certainly called her name quite a bit, especially there in the overtime, as she was very good at stick handling and making sure that New Jersey wasn't able to get sustained pressure on their forecheck.
There you go. Let's get something.
And of course, Ruby Caviston, well-deserved, big bounce back. Coming back from the injury and scored the game winner.
Yeah, you can't say enough good things about anybody really when they come back from an injury and end up scoring the game-winning goal in overtime at a tournament where there's such a high level of competition like this. And a credit really to the Team New Jersey training staff to make sure that she was okay, right? I mean, anytime there's head injuries in this sport, Daniel, that's one of the first things you fear is concussion. So hats off to the training staff for New Jersey, making sure she was okay and getting her back out there on the floor.
And we take a look at Team New Jersey getting the silver medals. And again, give credit to their goaltender, Savannah Kennedy, as she's worked so hard. And of course, looking down the list, the ones that stand out to me, Natalie Scalaro, Claudia Hopp, and Ava Suzanne. That they really did work so hard. They had quality chances at the net. But it was just, they just didn't have enough chances, was all I could say. But New York came in as number 1 seed for a good reason. But they just met their match this time around.
Yes, indeed. That first matchup in the round robin was 2-1 New York over New Jersey. So in 2 games, both games ended with a 1-goal differential, which is not uncommon in tournaments at this level where, again, there's such a high level of talent. The differential in talent is so small. Credit to New York. You know, they came to play. They gave it everything they had. And sometimes, you know, as we said in the U14 game, it's unfortunate that somebody has to lose, right? Because both teams played their hearts out. But for today, New Jersey was the better team. Scott Tarzi, the head coach for New Jersey, will come over and assist in handing out the gold medals for his team. And getting back to New York, yeah, I think the players you called out certainly were a factor for New York. One player I think I called quite a bit was Ava Shishon. She, early in the game, had a couple of good looks at the net, was unable to capitalize on it, but she's one of those players that stood out for me. As the first gold medal goes to Cara Squio.
As the game progressed, I mean, she didn't have that much of a workload during regulation, but when overtime came, she was starting to get bombarded, and she came into the game at the most critical time. She stays with the fundamentals, stays with the ball, and like I said, she's got the defense to support her. Kelsey Robb. She's had Ruby Calliston help her a few times, and Ella Rowan was definitely one I was keeping my eye on for much of the overtime period. Just how they stand around and watch her back when she's covering one side of the post. So just a defense and goaltending were the keys to New Jersey winning this gold medal.
Do we get to take that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say too, Daniel, is luck, right? For both teams. We saw several opportunities where both teams could have buried the ball into an empty net had it not been for a bounce or a defender clogging the shooting lane. So to win tournaments like this, right, sometimes you need to be lucky. And definitely in New Jersey's case, right, they were certainly able to capitalize on the luck that they got today. All right, so it looks like New Jersey is going to gather around the far net to take the ceremonial victory picture, which is always a favorite for all the players and coaches and the parents, and these players absolutely will cherish this experience.
Yeah, remember that New Jersey came in as the number 3 seed. They were the underdogs going into this matchup, but they just kept fighting and fighting, and it took 2 overtimes. And I'm not talking about the double overtime in this game. They had to do an overtime in their game against Pennsylvania. So this was something that they. What did I talk about at the start? What was something that New Jersey needed? They needed to be clutch, and that's exactly what won in the game.
That's a great way to describe it. They were clutch when they needed to. And, you know, Caveston, a Team USA player, right? At the biggest moments, that's when you need your biggest players to shine. And credit to her for coming back from, you know, that dangerous play where she took that direct hit to the head and battling back and playing to the whistle. You know, as any hockey player will tell you, that's one of the first coaching points. You play until you hear that whistle. But all in all, 2 great games today. The U14 boys going in overtime, and here the U16 girls going in overtime. Just a tremendous day of hockey for the Future Stars Invitational here at the Buffalo Riverworks facility in beautiful Buffalo, New York.
So there's a few people that we need to thank before we sign off for today. Engineer Rieger, our director Justin Collette, Joey Delgado, Corey Hirsch, Scott Tarzi, and Chris Banks. So thanks to all of them for organizing this tournament in our Future Stars, and we definitely look forward to seeing them all again. And definitely it's great to have you with us, Chris, on covering this tournament with us.
Well, thank you, Daniel. It's a pleasure. My first experience here with Memory to Video Productions. It has been a joy calling both of these games with you. And I want to thank Joey for giving me the opportunity. Hope to be back. Hope the fans at home had a great viewing experience. I know I loved watching the 2 exciting games. High-level hockey here, so glad to do it. Happy for everybody that they got to see some good hockey at the end of the day, and that's what it's all about, the good hockey.
All right.
So that should do it.
All right. So, yeah, thank you for everyone for joining us here at MVP TV for the Future Stars Tournament, and hopefully we'll be seeing all of these players in the near future. If you want to see some more ball hockey content, please check us out here at MVP TV. We cover a whole bunch, including NBHL. We got the Pittsburgh tournaments. We got a whole lot of tournaments that we cover around here. So be sure to check us out in the future. But for now, for everybody here at MVP TV, and of course for Chris, Daniel Wilson, we'll see you next time.